The Pennington County Commission meeting for January 20th, 2015 to order. We'll stand for a moment of silent reflection and the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Hadcock.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The next item, well, before we go to the review and approval of the agenda, I would announce that Commissioner Buskerud is appearing telephonically or electronically. He's on the computer right up here. And the provisions in state law require that the member present, or when a member is present in this form, that all votes are taken on a roll call vote. And unless we decide otherwise, the roll will be called alphabetically.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
It would be my suggestion that the board take a roll call for those members in attendance. To begin. According to Robert's rules, if Mr. Buskerud answers that he's present, then he's counted. So we should do a roll call vote for attendance.
Okay. Karen, would you do that, please?
Buskerud?
You speak loud.
Commissioner Buskerud, are you present?
We're still learning how to work all the...
I can't hear a word.
Can you just say you're present?
I'm present, but I can barely hear anybody else talking.
Okay, continue.
Hadcock? Or excuse me, Farabee?
Here.
Hadcock?
Here.
Troutman?
Here.
Peterson?
Here.
Okay. I'm doing the chair last. Just if someone does not want me to do that, let me know.
Okay. Any comments regarding the calling of the roll and the order of doing so? If not, we will go to the next item, review and approve the agenda. Does anyone wish any of the agenda items removed or moved? If not, do we have a motion?
I'd move to approve the agenda as presented. Second.
Motion and a second to approve the agenda as presented.
I'm going to try to get my headphones. That might help.
Okay.
Are you ready, Karen?
Yeah.
Call the roll.
Buskerud just stepped away, so I'm assuming that's a no vote there, or not a no vote, but a abstain. Farabee?
Yes.
Hadcock?
Aye.
Troutman?
Yes.
Peterson?
Yes.
Okay.
The agenda has been approved. The next item is the consent agenda. Holly?
Good morning, Commissioners. Holly Hennies, Commission Office Manager. For public notice, the Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine items quickly. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the Board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. Today's consent agenda contains the following items: approval of the minutes from the regular meeting of January 6, 2015, approval of the vouchers in the amount of $2,174,037.19. Number 7 is to reappoint Mr. John Gloat as County Constable for Legislative District 33. Number 8 is to reappoint Mr. Aaron Klapkin as County Constable for Legislative District 35. Number 9 is approval of the chairman's signature on the intergovernmental agreement between Pennington County and the South Dakota Public Assurance Alliance. Number 10 is approval of the first quarter state and local agreement report as submitted by Emergency Management. Number 11 is approval of the chairman's signature on the report of personnel action as submitted by Emergency Management. And finally, number 12 is to recognize and thank the volunteers for the month of December 2014.
Does anyone wish any of the items from the consent agenda removed?
Dan Richer, Mr. Chairman. Could we remove item number 6?
Item number 6 has been requested to be removed. Are there any others from anyone? Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item number 6.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second to approve the consent agenda with the removal of item 6. Secretary, call the roll.
Buskerud,
Aye.
Farabee,
Yes.
Hadcock,
Yes.
Troutman,
Yes.
Peterson,
Yes.
unanimous.
Motion carried. Item 6.
I guess I've been remiss in the last couple of years, but I've gone over vouchers and kind of scary. But I would like to know just what are we spending 12 grand on at Ellsworth Task Force? That's just the first of many, but
So, Mr. Chair, what is, you're asking for an explanation?
yeah.
Okay. Well, in our budget for 2015, we agreed to give to the Ellsworth Task Force $12,000, and that went through public hearings.
And where's the money, what's the money going to?
It goes for support of keeping us off the BRAC list, preparing for that.
I might comment that Commissioner Davis has previously been our representative to the Ellsworth Task Force, and in his absence, Commissioner Troutman has,
Gone to some of them, yeah.
and she's very new at interacting with that group. So I doubt if any of us here are equipped to give you a litany of what the spending of that task force might be. But it's true, it was budgeted. Possibly our auditor could clarify any concerns you might have relative to the process.
Okay, I'll talk to her. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions about item 6? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd move to approve the vouchers as presented.
Second.
Motion and second to approve the vouchers as presented. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Secretary will call the roll.
Buskerud, Buskerud,
Aye.
Farabee,
Yes.
Hadcock,
Yes.
Troutman,
Yes.
Peterson,
Yes.
unanimous.
Next item is item 13, the proposed alcohol tax. And President of the City Council, Jerry Wright.
Commissioners, an honor to be here, and we're going to put this spreadsheet up forward for the audience to see. One might be wondering what's a city councilman doing here, asking to help you or willing to help you meet your needs and expenses caused by what I call alcohol abuse and misuse. There isn't a report that I read or witness, either in official reports or in the newspaper, as a rule, involving one of our law enforcement personnel where they've had to defend their life or take action, which usually ends in tragedy to someone or some other people or themselves. or high-speed chases and so forth and other events, hostage taking and so forth, where trauma does occur, that you don't read within the report that there was alcohol involved or alcohol under the influence. This is an expense that all of us incur. I'm not speaking against drinking, but I think the cost to our economy, to our community, is phenomenal. Currently, to testify before the people of our county and the state, most of the expenses that are incurred and paid for by the county are paid for with property tax. And I think it's an unfair burden upon the taxpayers, and you have an awesome responsibility to meet the needs. I know that. In reviewing your budget, and I hope my assumptions or tabulations are close, there's about a $40 million a year expense that you budget for, we call it someplace cops and courts, law enforcement, jail medical, public defender, and so forth. I use an estimate of 70% related to alcohol abuse or use or substance abuse. I talk to law enforcement people, they say it's higher. All I've ever asked of our legislatures in our state and our governor, and some discussions with members of the commissioners, that we work on a state tax, sales tax on alcohol statewide, because you certainly can't do it countywide or citywide, that would be formulated back to you directly to meet these expenses and be a substitute and replacement for property tax. Approximately 50% of your budget goes towards these tasks. I think it would be significant reform, not only to a local taxpayer, but it also become what we commonly call a user fee. I do ask that you consider this and study it, and that you meet with your fellow commissioners across the state of South Dakota, that this subject be breached and talked about more often. In our discussion in December, at our legislative breakfast at the City Council, I brought this to legislators from our districts within Rapid City, and I was told that until the county commission or commissioners become concerned and bring that as an issue to them, there isn't much they can or are able to do about it. So I do ask, as time goes on, and it may be too late, probably is too late for this legislative session, but let's ask our legislators for action along this line so that we can meet adequately the impact and costs of alcohol use and abuse upon not only on our cops and courts, but our families and other entities that we deal with. With that, I'm open to questions and ask for your support, and I'm available at any time for discussion. Thank you.
Any questions for Jerry? Any comments? There's been a long history of an effort to impose a tax, as you've suggested, and I do believe that we have a resolution through the Association of County Commissioners that would support any effort in that regard.
I appreciate that, and thank you.
Thank you. Next item is item 14, Central States Fairgrounds update.
Good morning. Appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedules to allow me just a few brief moments. I'll start off by expressing to you that Cato Thorstensen has completed our annual audit of Central States Fair and Central States Fair Foundation. We have the draft copies currently in our possession. We should have them approved by our Board of Directors at our February meeting, and then we'll present them to this Board of Commissioners at a meeting of yours in February as well.
Let me stop you.
Go ahead.
For the record, you are.
Oh, excuse me. I'm Ron Jeffries, General Manager of Central States Fair and the Black Hills Stock Show.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the audit will be back to you end of February or the 1st of March. Also for your calendar, the annual meeting for Central States Fair's membership is March 23rd. March 23rd will be our annual membership meeting, and we'll elect 3 new Board of Directors at that time. I presented to you an event guide for the Black Hills Stock Show and Rodeo. As you might be aware, the Black Hills Stock Show started as a project of the Chamber Ag Committee in 1959. 1966, it became a project for Central States Fair and has remained as such since that time. We're very pleased to present the 56th annual. I do have just a couple of events I wanted you to put on your calendars, and then I would leave a sign-up sheet next door with Holly for you to look at afterwards and let me know which events you would be able to attend. But the two things I wanted to make note for you, first of all, is Friday, January 30th at 10 a.m., we're going to do a ribbon cutting, kind of a kickoff to start the stock show. And we'd ask that a representative of the Pennington County Commissioners speak and do a welcome at that time. I'll let you decide how and when and where you make that decision, but we would please invite someone from the commission to come speak to at that ribbon cutting Friday, January 30th, 10 o'clock, and it'll be in Rushmore Hall. All right? The second thing that I wanted to make note of is that only because so many of your constituents attend, the Stockman's Banquet and Ball is typically a Wednesday night event. We've moved that to the first Saturday, January 31st. It allowed us to get competing events off the same night in the middle of the week and put those events on a weekend, and also allow for a little bit more of the ball from the banquet and ball to take place. A number of events that we'd like to invite you to in addition to the ribbon cutting. Ranch Rodeo takes place on Tuesday, February 3rd. It's the original official Ranch Rodeo. It's huge, it's fun, it's exciting, and it's where ranching becomes a sport. And then on Thursday, we're very excited about a number of volunteers who have stepped up to help us create an all-sheep day at the Black Hills Stock Show. It'll be at the James Kirstead Event Center. We started out with sheepdog trials a number of years ago, added in mutton busting, and we started the National Sheep Shearing Championships a few years ago, about 4 years ago, and now we've got everything sheep coming to the James Kirstead Event Center on that day. So we'd like to invite you to that as well. A couple of new events. One of them is a Casey Donahue concert the last Friday, February 6th, and then on Saturday, February 7th, it's a Boots and Beer Festival. And the Department of Ag had a representative that approached us and asked us to feature some of South Dakota's agricultural products, which happens to be beer. And we were very excited about an opportunity to partner with them and get things started. And what we're hoping for in the long term is that our local breweries, there's 8 breweries from South Dakota that look like will participate. We're hoping that in the future our breweries will be able to utilize all South Dakota products in producing their beer products, taking it from the ground to the glass. So I will have a sign-up sheet for you on the other side, and if you would identify those events that we have open and available and let me know, we'd make sure everything comes together for you. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Jeffries?
Just being new here, I didn't know you had this many events at the fairgrounds, so that's pretty cool. Excited to be here at Pennington County and to see what the fairgrounds does and kind of visit some of your pet projects there. So I'm the one actually that asked if we could have a little bit more information since we were new, and I appreciate that you did that, Mr. Jeffries, because I had no idea. And I do know, I think if I'm correct, Commission, that we give them $180,000 a year. Am I?
That's correct.
Is that, yes, okay.
In addition to the building fund for the event center, the bond retirement.
Okay.
And thank you for pointing out the number of events at the James Kirstead Event Center. Actually, for Central States Fair, the stock show actually starts Saturday the 24th. And that's because we have an entire week of horse events. We'll draw competitors from 14 states that'll be here for an entire week before the start of the actual official date, January 30th, for the stock show. So we're excited to be able to do that.
And I'll probably be at a lot of those events just to see what happens at the fairgrounds. I just didn't know we did all that, but I'm not in, okay. I'm into ranching and everything, but I don't do it for a living. How about that?
I'll do a better job of keeping you updated on events and
on what's up.
But we would actually look forward to having both new commissioners come and do a tour of the fairgrounds facilities. So
That'd be awesome, Mr. Jeffries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I think I just heard Commissioner Hadcock volunteer to be the commission representative on the 30th of January.
You're getting mad because I volunteered you once. We can decide that later, whatever the chair decides, Mr. Farabee, but I appreciate that, sir.
Okay, our next item is item 15, a proposed Black Hills Power Tekla Osage Rapid City transmission line. And before we start, this issue, we've got lots of paperwork, we've had lots of conversations about it, and there are a number of entities involved. There are citizens who are opposed to the current alignment. There are reasons for what's being proposed, and in order to maintain a logical and appropriate discussion, I would like to see the hands of all the people who wish to speak against the current alignment. And I would say that regardless of any, would you give your names to Holly, please? So that we can keep track of this. And Holly will come around and get the names. I would like to see the hands of those people who would speak in support of the current proposed alignment. This issue has generated enough questions, I think you could say, that Jay Alderman has become involved researching this somewhat. Is that correct, Jay?
I've been made aware of it. I've not been requested to actually research anything or do any follow-up, so I'm here to basically listen today of what the issues are. And I've been trying to read through the packet a little bit as I'm sitting here to just try to get an idea of what it's included. So.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Farabee, you've interacted with several of the parties involved, and I would assume would you be comfortable speaking before or after the discussion?
Both.
Both? You want to eat dessert first, or?
Cake and coffee.
I'd make the brief comment to begin that obviously I haven't talked to all the parties, but I've talked to quite a few of them, and
okay, let's since you're willing to speak in the beginning, what I'm going to do is suggest that each speaker not exceed 5 minutes. And in order to maintain the decorum, you will not speak until I give you permission to speak. You don't interrupt someone else or whatever. And beyond that, then, we will divide the time for what we call the opponents and the proponents. And each will get equal time, and we have 3 speakers that I take to be opponents and 1 to be a proponent or an informational presenter. So I'm going to allow 15 minutes for the opponents and the same for the proponent if needed. And I'll ask Commissioner Farabee to open with his remarks. Then we'll proceed to Hodgins, McEwen, and England in that order. So Commissioner Farabee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just briefly say that obviously there's some folks are very determined as to where the line should not go, and I'm hopeful that the negotiations or the siting isn't 100% fixed at this point, and I'm hopeful that there be some negotiation with the private individuals and Black Hills Power. That's all I'll say at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hodgins. Identify yourself so that it's on the record, please.
Thank you. Morning, I'm Jay Hodgins. I'm a resident of Ponderosa Ridge. Okay, thank you. I'm familiarizing myself a little bit with the presentation materials. I represent the majority of the homeowners on Ponderosa Ridge. Ponderosa Ridge is a community that's divided into two subdivisions. One that has sizes of 10 acres and larger, and the other which is generally 1 acre or less. First off, I want to say nobody that I've been talking to, none of the supporters or opponents are opposed to electricity. We all are in favor of it. We acknowledge the powers that be deciding that we need to have a transmission line. The issue at hand, however, is where that transmission line lies and what the costs are and how those costs are addressed and mitigated. I'm not going to speak at length about the project at large because I'm concerned about our community, my community. The entire project might be able to be better addressed by Mark Sarda of Black Hills Power. It's, I believe, 50, 100 miles long of transmission line going from Wyoming to Rapid City. As it approaches Rapid City, it cuts through South Dakota through the National Forest, goes through some residential and properties, and then winds up on the north corner of Rapid City, north edge of Rapid City. I'm looking to enlarge. And here I go. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Can I give this to you? Okay. Let me start with the cost that we're looking at. There are two types of costs here. There's an environmental cost and there's a societal cost. The environmental costs might include loss of trees and the loss of views. This is not really the venue for discussion of these costs. That's handled in another place. There we go. The costs that I'm looking to address here are the societal costs. These include primarily the financial and monetary expenses that are incurred by a society through tax loss and property value devaluation. The project site is located on the west side of Rapid City. I have here illustrated on a topographic map and highlighted in red Black Hills National Forest, which is a section, and it says access trail up in the northeast corner. The subdivisions, the community, is known as Ponderosa Ridge. It consists of two communities, one in this quarter, or this section rather, and the other in this area. This is the area that's more agricultural. Lot sizes are 10 to 70 acres. Over here is a community of 1 acre, more or less, lots. They are all accessed by Wideview Drive, which is the only road on the right coming down South Canyon Road as you leave Rapid City. The project area is rural, somewhat developed, where there are the single-family lots, and lots where there is development yet to occur. This is a picture from the cul-de-sac looking out over where the proposed alignment is suggested to be, or desired by Black Hills Power currently. It is a moderately developed woodland area. This particular lot happens to be immediately adjacent to the National Forest. The National Forest is just off the screen to the left. Right here, I think, is perhaps, here you go. You can even see the corner marker on that tree. There's a trail that goes down into the National Forest at this point. This point happens to be at the end of a cul-de-sac. It's a mile from the city limits. It is the nearest point of the National Forest to Rapid City. It's an access point for hunters, hikers, and recreational vehicle users.
You have about 1 more minute. 1 more minute.
If need, might I have some of the time of another speaker?
If they can.
Yes.
Okay. The societal costs are, in a nutshell, seen in property values. The power line will cross over these trees, over this land here, and result in a clear-cut deforestation of the easement necessary to maintain the power line. This will adversely affect the views the enjoyment and the value of the land within sight and beneath it. This location of the proposed power line cuts through an area where there are 1 to 4 acre lots. There are, in this immediate vicinity, 4 homes that exist or are proposed to be constructed that are within 250 feet of the power line. Let me bring you to next exhibit. This image here is not the subject parcel area showing a clear cut. It's just an idea to have you understand part of the visual impact that results from the construction of power lines. This is recreational area that we bought our homes in, adjacent to the National Forest. Here's the project area a little bit more closely. Here you can see the smaller lots. The red line is Sun Ridge Road. This quarter is the agricultural area with 10 to 70 acre parcels. And here's the National Forest in this section here. Nemo Road is right here. Right here is the scenic turnout for Westbury Trails. The blue line represents Black Hill's proposed alignment. This green line is a community-supported alternative alignment that has a lesser impact to the society, the community, and the vast majority of the property owners. Everybody has not in my backyard a mindset. We don't want this. We don't want to be affected. We don't want to be impacted. I understand that. What I am here to say is not we don't want it in our backyard. We don't want it in our front yards. The blue alignment, as you can see here right at the intersection of these sections, has 2 existing homes and another 2 proposed homes. This power line is going to cut right through across Sunridge Road. This will adversely affect the property values for those lots and, by extension, any other lot that's sold, any other residence that's sold there, because comparable values will be used to valuate. I live here. These homes are very, very similar. They're also somewhat unique in that they're 1 mile from the city, bordered by relatively undisturbed woodland. Our utilities are all underground. Our electrical utilities are underground. We are not expecting, as first owners, first people in this area, to have somebody come in after us and put in an industrial corridor, devaluing our land and affecting our enjoyment of our properties.
Okay.
Yes.
If either one of the other 2 wish to yield some of their time to you, they can do so. But otherwise, we're going to call on the next speaker and ask that they not necessarily repeat.
Okay. The woman in the rear.
I'm Kathy Weber. I'm also a resident of Ponderosa Ridge, and I would like to allow Chase.
Okay. I'm not sure I understood what the gentleman indicated. Did he indicate to you that you would yield some of your time to Mr. Hodgins?
Dave? Dave, do you
Well,
want
I've got
to yield
James
some of your
McEwen
time too?
and
No, it's Mr.
Yes, if he needs more than her time, I'll yield some of my time.
okay, continue. But
Okay, thank you. I'm winding it up. Some of the concerns are tabulated, blue and green in here. Essentially, the alignment that Black Hills Power has proposed, while it might be most expedient and economical for their purposes, it results in costs to the vast majority of the owners on Ponderosa Ridge. The alternative alignment, which impacts less woodland, has some community support from the affected property owners, is universally supported by the 50 signatories on the petition that I handed to Holly. I provided you with the identical petition in your packets. The signatures weren't yet able to be published. The petition essentially asks that you act through your responsible powers, and the way this would like to be manifested is a resolution. This resolution, which I sent late yesterday to Holly, is intended to allow the homeowners to work to redress their concerns and costs directly with Black Hills Power, the PUC, and through the court system. There are deadlines that are imposed upon us by legislature and the PUC that are not able to be adjusted. Those deadlines are Thursday. So the resolution, in order for us to be able to proceed, is necessary to be acted upon with all due haste. We apologize for such a late notice, but we're not a corporation, we're not a big company, we're just a bunch of homeowners. I'm not compensated for this work. We're just trying to organize and have our concerns redressed.
Does that complete your presentation?
No, I have a little bit more that I'd like to speak on. In addition to the residential concerns, the Westbury Trails scenic overlook, here's Nemo Road, here's the overlook. The power line's going to cross right over that. That just seems inappropriate. We've got huge land areas where the power line could be located, and this is a poor choice of location and will result in a decrease in the value of the scenic overlook, which was constructed for the purpose of being a viewing place. The petition I presented to you through Holly. We have 50 signatories. Half of the signatories signed online, and their form of signature is in a downloaded spreadsheet. The other signatories we collected door to door because we don't have all emails, and they are compiled and summarized here. 50 signatures from approximately 40 properties. And there are not a lot of duplicate. Well, let me tell you this, lastly. Of those signatories, of everybody that I was able to contact, and even some I could not contact, everybody was in favor of you acting in our behalf to address the 4 items in the petition. There was nobody opposed. There were a few that felt reluctant to sign because of fear of retribution from Black Hills Power. Their names may not be seen, but everybody was supportive. The resolution reads that we ask you to act on the proposed identified alignment, as shown in the sketch in the email, results in undue interference to the orderly development in the region, specifically the Ponderosa Ridge, Sun Ridge Road area. Also, the resolution is asked for you to say that prior to this time, Pennington County has not received any request for evaluation of this condition, either from Black Hills Power or anybody else.
Okay, you've got about 2 minutes left of your 15 minutes. So
Okay, are there any questions? Or shall I let the other speakers speak first?
We'll do questions afterwards, but
Okay.
the other 2 people who signed up to speak, you've used part of
Okay,
their
I'm
time.
finished.
And if either one of those, Mr. England or Mr. McKean, wish to speak now, come up and identify yourself and say what you have to say.
Hi, I'm Jim McKeown, live a resident of Ponderosa Ridge Estates. My part is an anecdotal story as opposed to science. I lived under a power line in Texas. It was not supposed to be disruptive. The house I lived in was vacant for months before I bought it. I did not notice that the power line was where it was. It does affect you, even though people say it doesn't. The radios, the TVs, the electrical things did not work well in the house. They had the static and all that stuff associated with it. And when I went to sell the house, it was on the market for a year before I could sell it. So even though we're talking about science and the need for electricity and everything, it does have a personal impact on you. I recommend and highly ask your support for the resolution to keep this as far away from the residential areas as possible. It still could affect us, but 500 feet is way better than 125 feet. 1,000 feet is way better than 500 feet. So thank you very much for your...
Thank you. Mr. England? Identify yourself.
My name is Dave England. I live
I'm getting there.
Yeah, get that up here.
This is not
I
the best
don't know
one.
what you got here, so
Okay.
I don't. In the 1970s, I developed Ponderosa Ridge, where the little lots are. We went to great expense to bury all of the all of the electric and phone lines, so you would not have to look at that. Like Jay said, one thing is, that's right there, this one here. What's very nice about this area is, it's like you're living 20 miles out in the hills, but you're only a mile and a half from the city limits. And I live in the corner, and the power line's gonna be within probably 200 to 300 feet or less of my house. I live right on the corner, right there, of Ponderosa Ridge, or of Sun Ridge Road, and the other little side road there. I think you're affecting all these little lots, where if you went on that other thing that Jay had proposed on the green line, you are next to great big huge lots. They could go down the middle of, that's a half section line right there. And I don't think the county has any road right of way on the half section line.
Okay.
Okay, so you could go down the middle of that and cut across, and that's what, we'd like to have that resolution so we could spend more time. We've talked to everybody, and we weren't even notified properly on
Okay,
this.
okay. That concludes your 15
Yep.
minutes. And in terms of the resolution itself, and I'm going to just inject this, Jay is still here, and there's a question in my mind that because of the open meeting laws and the importance of properly posting issues, the fact that adopting a resolution was not on our agenda this time, we may or may not be legally able to take action today on a resolution. I'm just throwing that out so that when we terminate this discussion, you don't need to respond now, Jay, unless you feel like you want to. But that concludes the proponents, or the opponents, and we will now call on Mark.
Might I ask you a question on that matter? If you were unable to act today, do you know when you would next be able to act?
Excuse me?
If you were unable to act on the resolution today, do you know when you might next be able to act?
If the commission chooses to place it on the agenda, it'll be on our next meeting, which is the first Tuesday of February.
And Mr. Chair, may I say something?
Yes.
One of the things in reading what you want us to put in the resolution, we'd have to look at that very carefully because we were notified about the November meeting, and you want us to say we were not.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I didn't
You're
say anything
saying
about
that
notification
we have not received any request for evaluation of this condition. We did for the meeting in November.
Okay.
So
I beg
we
to differ with
couldn't
you.
do that. Well, we did check it out.
Okay.
What was your comment?
That's my comment.
No. What was the comment that you offered to Black Hills Power concerning
Let's
this?
save this for after the presentation from Black Hills Power and Light.
Okay.
And we can get into a certain amount of debate after that.
Good morning. My name is Mark Sarda. I'm the manager of transmission and distribution engineering for Black Hills Power and also the project manager on this particular project. And I guess I'm going to approach this just as an educational, bring you guys up to speed on the project, why we're doing the project. I know we've sent some notices and some information prior, but we've got some new faces, and I think maybe that's a good place to start. Black Hills Power serves, 68,000 plus customers in 31 communities, through South Dakota, Montana, Wyoming. We've been in business for over 125 years. Common use system is how we design and build transmission. It's not just Black Hills Power. There's other members that get involved in these through the planning, through the financial part of it, get benefits from it. So Black Hills Power is one of those members. Based on Electric Power Cooperative is another one. And Powder River Energy out of Gillette is also a third member of the common use system. And so these owners talk about projects, they plan projects, they invest in these projects. And the need for the project is to strengthen and improve the reliability of our 230 system. It supports customer load and future growth. It provides additional transmission capacity and the ability to move energy from our generation in Gillette into the Black Hills and surrounding regions, and basically allows us to support our customers. We want to provide a safe and reliable product to our customers. This gives us another line into the area that allows us to do that and serve our customers. Again, we're building 144 miles from Tekla, which is 50 miles south of Gillette, to Osage, just east of Newcastle, and our last termination point is Lang Substation, just north of town, up by just north of Harley-Davidson. And this is kind of an overview map of the project that shows the Tekla, Osage, and the Rapid City piece as the whole entire 144 miles. And the South Dakota part starts at the South Dakota border, goes to Lang, roughly 45 miles. 36 miles of that is on Black Hills National Forest lands. Only about 9.1 miles of that is actually private property. And a majority of the line on the forest follows a 69 kV corridor that was built in the late 40s and had a line sited on it, and we're using that existing corridor to put this line through most of the Black Hills. And this again shows you just that section that is South Dakota related, Pennington County related, from the border clear to Lang Substation. And so we started this process back in 2010. We were working through the NEPA process, the environmental impact statement process with the Forest Service and all the federal agencies. And we continue to work through with that process. The final EIS was posted in December. And there's a comment date coming here towards the end of this month to close out that whole federal permitting process and such. So we've been at this for quite a while, a number of years. This kind of shows just some of the things we've done to communicate our plans and things with the public. Kickoff meetings, we've had notification packages to various commission members, a number of open houses held here in Rapid City and Newcastle, notifications in Rapid City Journal and publications. The Forest Service also has held a number of scoping meetings and public meetings, again, notifying those people potentially involved with the project. So over a 4-year period, we've had multiple opportunities where we've tried to work with the public and get their input and take that into account when we're citing these projects. And then just as another item is the South Dakota Commission. We had to apply for a application with the commission. We did that in June of this year, or last year. We had a public hearing in August of 2014 here, held in Rapid City, where it was open to the public. And November 6th, we went to Pier and had the public hearing with the commission on the project. And then December 24th, they actually gave us our final order of approval to proceed with the project. So many stipulations involved with that, and things that we've agreed upon within those stipulations that is letter of the law with the South Dakota Commission to allow us to do this. And just as a idea, the standard type structures will either be wood H-frame, 2 poles, or in some of the cases, stuff closer to the Rapid Lang end will be single pole steel just for aesthetics to try to reduce the visibility and those types of things. And then I guess the other thing, we're talking about routing and options. Early Last May, myself and a representative of the Forest Service, along with Commissioner Davis at the time, met with the homeowners of the Ponderosa Ridge. One of our routes at that time went straight north of the subdivision, right in front of all those homes. Due to their input and their concerns, we eliminated that as an option. We decided that probably wasn't viable. So, and we've moved the line in Pennington County, kind of west of Deerfield, around the Clinton area due to some landowner concerns. Mountain Meadows just south of Deerfield. We had another contingent come to us and we were crossing right over their campground. And so we made a huge adjustment for those people out there to try to accommodate some of these concerns and their input. So it comes down basically a 4-year process where we spent a very long period of time trying to figure out a route, working with the federal agencies, and coming to a point now where we have a final route that we've proposed and been approved by the commission, South Dakota Commission, and that we're working on now. We continue to negotiate with individual landowners on easements and making some minor adjustments in the route. So, I mean, and so that's kind of an overview for you to understand our project and where we've been and where we're headed with this. So I'm open for questions, or if you want me to step away and you can start the questioning process, that's up to you, I guess, sir.
You've got plenty of time left, so we'll have questions to you from the commission. Does any commissioner wish to?
Did you ever put any notices, like what did you send out as far as written notice to anyone in the billings?
We've done direct mailings using the county assessor's data. South Dakota PUC law requires us to notify within half a mile of the corridor. We added an extra 500 feet to that when they noticed those people, so that was all noticed. Again, we put ads in the Rapid City Journal. We actually mailed multiple times to those involved in those corridors. Originally, the plan was we started off with 3 routes on each one of the pieces of the line, and through all the public input, taking that data in, people coming into the meetings, we continued to narrow that down based on input, based on cultural heritage type resources, based on all those types of factors, and got to what we consider our final route. And again, with the federal agencies, there's a very lengthy stipulations in there on what we have to do and can't do to meet the requirements on the forest. And so,
Mr. Chair,
any other questions?
I do have another question still. So the PUC gave you a final approval.
Correct.
But I'm hearing that there is, I believe it's Thursday, another deadline. Can you explain that deadline to me?
You know, I want to say that would be the federal agency deadline, I believe.
Okay.
Well, if I can answer that question, Mr. Chair, that according to law, they have 30 days for a rehearing, and that 30 days is up in
This
Thursday.
For the South Dakota PUC?
The PUC, after they issued the order, which they issued, I think it was the 24th of December,
Yep.
then the law allows anybody to object within a 30-day period, and that 30-day period is Thursday.
So it's one more opportunity for the public to provide their input to the commission, but, you know.
Okay.
And the federal agencies also have a deadline that's coming at the end of the month that for the EIS and approval through the federal agencies in the Black Hills National Forest.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, I'll ask Mr. Carta to explain that the PUC doesn't tell you exactly where to put that pole. You have some discretion in,
Correct.
10 feet this way or 100 feet,
Even
whatever.
though we filed a final route with the commission, it does allow us the ability to make adjustments to that route. So as we negotiate with individual landowners, if there's an issue or they would prefer to have it in one location versus the other, we still have that ability through the commission rules to make those adjustments. And as long as we provide that information to the commission, they do give us that ability to do so. Yes, sir.
Thank you for that.
Thank you further.
No, not at this point.
Okay.
Can I ask some questions?
Yes.
Okay. What year did you and Mr. Davis go out to Ponderosa Ridge?
It was May of 2014. So we met with Mr. Hodgins and the homeowners group and a representative from the Black Hills National Forest. and talk through our process, their concerns, because at that time, like I said, we had a route that was right on the north edge of all those parcels of property. And due to the input that we had received at that time, we eliminated that as an option.
And have you heard from them since last May? Because
We've-
now they have more concerns.
No, we've obviously have continued to discuss this with various owners. I've met with many of the homeowners myself personally. They've came forward at the South Dakota Commission hearing and also presented some information. So, yes, since that time, we have been in constant communication with many people, either one-on-one or in group situations, yes.
And they knew the process and that you were doing this for 4 years, and at that time, in any of that time, they understood that you had notified them and you had sent the letters, and, because we have, some of this says that they had not got the letters.
You know, I believe that there has been enough prior notification that people have understood the project and the need, you know, again, going back years.
And from what I've seen, it has a lot of notification. If you've been doing this 4 years, and I guess I don't get why we're waiting till the deadline on Thursday when we had 4 years to make a difference, or to come back and say, okay, guys, we need to keep working with you, you know, the opposite side. So I didn't know you guys were working this 4 years, and I apologize. Out of the 9.1 private lands, have you had any other issues besides Ponderosa Ridge that you had to change?
You know, we've made some adjustments on the Lang end of the project due to some of the commercial and industrial parcels asking us, we don't want you here, can you move it over here? And we've done that, and we continue to do that. But in general, people are understanding of the project, they're in support. We just have to get to that point where that particular alignment is the best fit for those parcels.
And you believe in this alignment that you have now that's by Ponderosa Ridge, that is the best alignment that you can find to impact less people, you said?
We believe so. You know, the other route is a good option, and we looked at that, but it also affects other property owners. Talking directly to some of those owners, they said, absolutely not, we don't want you on our property. So it's, you know, you're in a situation where you have a difficult time getting through that one location. And so we've worked pretty hard at it, and we're continuing to do so.
And I did talk to Jay last night, and that was my opinion at that time, that, okay, so don't put it in my backyard, let's put it by those big landowners that have bigger parcels. They have more money to take care of the issues, and I truly didn't believe that. I believe what you're gonna do is just start impacting other people because you don't want it in your backyard. Let's throw it in somebody else's backyard and have them in litigation as well. So, bottom line is, I think Black Hills Power has gave enough time, but I'm willing to listen to more of the information. 4 years is a long time to go through this process and change many things in order to help many landowners. This is 9.1 miles. This isn't just Ponderosa Ridge, and I think they've done a lot of that. At this point, is there anything you can do for these people that would change it in alignment that wouldn't affect 5 more landowners? Probably not, is what I'm seeing from where they want to move it to.
Probably not at this point.
I appreciate that,
sir. One thing that we are trying to do is leave buffer zones of timber to help screen, you know, Mr. England in his case, to route the line a little farther away so we have some natural vegetation to screen. We've done that on the other edge of some of those parcels, so those lots will have a buffer of timber. So we're looking at some of those things also based on what we can do and can't do.
And he has buried their utilities out there, and is there any way that Black Hills Power can bury some of their utility lines that are by these property owners?
You know, at a transmission voltage of 230,000 kV, it's not financially viable to do so. I mean, it just, the costs are there. It's a special type cable. We wouldn't have the ability with our manpower to maintain it. You'd always have to get somebody in. So I think you'd actually would be putting customers in more desire and need for utilities than we have now, so.
I just need to know the answer.
Yeah,
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mark, because they did do it, and I just wondered what that would be for you guys. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I didn't see the Forest Service representative here earlier, and do you have any comments that you wish to make? Thanks for being here. Okay, any other questions or comments? Commissioner Farabee?
After have questions for these other folks, then I'd like to make a closing comment.
Go right ahead. Go ahead.
Obviously, somebody's going to be affected. I don't think there's any question about that, and and I think everybody acknowledges that electricity is, I won't say an absolute must, but I don't think I'm going to go back to carrying lanterns in the barn, nor do you, Lindell, and I'm, we've experienced that. So the question of whether or not to put a power line is a given. The PUC made their decision, and this is the final decision. It's recorded. Law allows the opponents or anybody to 30 days for either the PUC rehearing or to go to circuit court. So obviously it's 11th hour, and I don't know that we can do anything in that short a period of time. I just don't think that's, the law allows us to. My hope is that I think there's some budroom left, isn't there, Mr. Carter, that on the alignment, that if you can get enough folks to agree to a realignment, that's a possibility.
It's always a possibility.
It's a possibility.
Yes.
The doors aren't totally closed. And I guess I would, maybe I can offer the chairman's services, I'd offer my services to be a go-between, a mediator, or whatever, if that was necessary. Would you be willing to, if the folks wanted to talk with Black Hills Power and some of their neighbors, would you be willing to negotiate? I'd offer that service. And
yeah, and I appreciate that. In order to put ourselves on a footing for going forward or not going forward, Jay, do we have any position in this whole thing as far as state law or anything pertaining to it?
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jay Alderman with the State's Attorney's Office. I do have a couple comments after sitting here listening to the comments of a number of folks and kind of reviewing the packet as we have it. Bottom line, I don't think the Pennington County Commission has any authority to act in an official capacity on this topic. And let me give you a little background on why I say that. First of all, one of the questions that came up is there's not a resolution in the agenda. It's not stated as considering a resolution today. In state law, there are a number of times in which a county commission can take action, and the state law will often tell you how you can take that action. In other words, it will say, by ordinance, the board may, or by resolution, the board may. And in those particular times, I work with Holly, and she knows, excuse me, full well that you need to have reference to that, or you should have reference to that in the agenda item. This is a situation, and we try to do that. This is a situation where we have a broad agenda item. There's no requirement that the commission take any action on this. In fact, I don't know that there's any authority that the commission has to say yay or nay to this transmission line. In fact, I'd say there isn't. That's a Public Utilities Commission purview, and they've acted as Commissioner Farabee noted. So could you do a resolution today if you were so inclined? I suppose. This agenda item wouldn't completely forbid you from taking that up, but I need to say this. Resolutions only take, as ordinances, take effect 20 days after publication. So a resolution in this particular case would be useless anyway, because it could not be effective until well after the deadlines that have been addressed. On those deadlines, just to reiterate, Commissioner Farabee was correct in saying the final decision and order of notice of the PUC, I think, was filed and entered December 24th, and you've got 30 days after that, and it references parties. The PUC actually made a formal finding or acknowledgement of parties. You had to apply for party status. I'm not even convinced Pennington County is a party to the PUC decision. A number of folks, including Mr. Hodgins that was up here, did apply for and were granted party status. I take it that those are the individuals that can seek the rehearing and maybe appeal then to circuit court if they don't get their rehearing, or even after the rehearing if they still feel aggrieved by that decision. So I don't even think Pennington County is a party. There is still time for those party members, and there's a number of individuals and so forth that were granted party status, to appeal. They can do that. Then the Forest Service, of course, was involved in the final environmental impact statement, and that decision was final. And also, there's a right to raise objections to that, and I'm not sure that that time frame is still available. It might be awfully close. But one of the things that's noted in that final decision is that written objections will be accepted only from those who previously submitted specific written comments on the proposal during the scoping public period. I don't think Pennington County did that. So any comments you would have or a letter or anything like that would essentially not be considered at the Forest Service level of this. So long-winded way of saying certainly I commend you for listening to the folks today and participating in that manner, but I really don't think Pennington County Commission has any authority to take action on this project.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Jay? Anyone else have anything to say before we move on to the next agenda item? Be brief.
I will. I have to be at a funeral right away. You, Deb, ask about the notification. If it's gonna be within your 200 to 300 feet from your house, don't you think you should have got written notice before August 25th, 2014?
I'm not going to let Commissioner Hadcock respond to that.
Oh, okay. Well, I did not get any written. That was the only written I got, was on August 25th, 2014. And I would think somebody would have had to notify if it's gonna be within 200, 300 feet of my house.
Can I ask him a question, though?
I'm going to make a comment.
Go ahead, sir.
In matters of this kind, I always have this question. How far away from my property line do I have a right to influence the use of someone else's property? I've never gotten an answer.
Well, most law says that each of the county, the state, everybody has to be notified if it's going to be that close, if you're doing a road, if you're doing anything.
Okay, we're not going to debate
Okay.
these kind of things. No.
Thank you for listening to us.
Yes. The gentleman in the back, come up and identify yourself. We're going to close this out shortly.
My name's James Steele, and I own, with Mike Sweet, we own about 75 acres. And we've had meetings with Mr. Serta regarding our property. On the east boundary line of our property, we were left from a meeting assuming that that had already been in place. That particular set of wires that are going to go across there and the high poles, the whole 70 acres is view lots when we develop it, that would go towards the city. They'll all be looking on that east property line towards Rapid City. That's where the view is. You can see Rapid City, you can see Ellsworth. So we have view lots. That was our intentions of buying the property. The problem that we have is when we had one of the meetings, we left with the assumption that that east boundary of our 75 acres had already been accepted by the adjacent property owner. So we have the property that little diagonal corner is going to cut across. And because of the fact that our understanding was that Black Hills Power and Light already had that approved on the east boundary, we thought that that little diagonal that comes across our property was all that we were talking about. We felt lost. I mean, we felt like we had no choice. That one's been accepted. Only later, after many phone calls, to the adjacent property owner on the east side of our property, did we find out they knew nothing about it. They have no idea. They called.
Okay, sir, excuse me. I don't mean to cut you off, but the issue that's here today has been pretty well summarized, and individual responses to anything that disrupts your perception of where you live, we can't do anything about.
I understand.
And so, please, just finish your comment.
But I think it's wrong that Black Hills Power and Light led us to believe that the property on the adjacent east side of our property had already been accepted. The power lines were going to go in, and it was not true. Otherwise, we would have spent a lot more time going forward with this earlier.
We're not in a position to judge those kind of things.
Thank you for your time.
Go ahead, come up here, and I will cut you off if you continue to repeat things that have already been said.
No, I'm going to endeavor to not repeat anything. Siting is not your responsibility. I acknowledge that, and I won't go there. You're not involved with the siting and location of the power line. I would like to address the comments on deadlines, timing, and why we're coming to you so late.
We don't set deadlines.
No, I understand.
We have nothing to do with that.
I would like to explain why.
And for you to explain why you're late to us, who have no authority in this matter.
Well, that's another point I'd like to address, why you do have authority. I'm not a lawyer. I can't counter Jay, but I would like to read you something from the PUC. May I?
Go ahead.
Okay. The PUC is charged with certain responsibilities. They have to give due consideration to the views of governing bodies in the permitting process. They never got your view. You know how we are burdened with the responsibility to digest all this as individual homeowners. How much greater is the burden on you as our elected representatives who are looking out for us, having to be aware of all that? And just now, some of you are just being educated for the first time because you were unaware of it, even though they've been working at it for 4 years. It's a difficult process, I acknowledge that. Information communication to people who aren't waiting to hear from you is very challenging. We did not have August. We had October 1st, October 3rd, as the date when Black Hills Power finally identified where they were going to put the power line. In August, we suggested this alternative alignment in the public hearing and prior to that meeting, and they did not indicate that was going to be unacceptable. They were saying, we'll consider that. It wasn't until 4 weeks before the public hearing. Then the public hearing came, public hearing went, permit was issued. The deadlines are not intended to circumvent the opportunity for public involvement and redress of their concerns. If you were to indicate you were going to act on a resolution or even resolve something today, that'd be great. If it's blown down and said not feasible, you know, you don't have jurisdiction or you don't have proper adequate public notice, that's okay too. If you go ahead and do it again in the proper time period at the next public meeting and pass it again, and then there's 20 days, fine. Those deadlines, I'm not asking you to be concerned about those deadlines. All I seek to obtain from you is the view of the governing body. And as our governing body, I seek to have you react, respond, and reflect what the public is asking you, saying, we do not like this alignment. It is not allowing for the orderly development of our region.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Farabee, this is in your district. How would you like to dispose of this issue?
I think at this point, all we can do is, and I offered my service, and hopefully you would offer your services if in negotiating, and I'll have to ask Mr. Carta, is it locked in, or is there still some negotiating room?
I guess my response will be we'll continue to discuss the other alternative with those landowners and see what reception we have there. and look and see if that is a viable option. If not, then we have to continue to move forward on the route that we proposed and got approved by the commission.
Thank you. And my suggestion would be that I don't think that we as a Pennington County Commission have any authority, as Jay mentioned, or jurisdiction, but as individuals, I certainly think we could, as community members, help in the situation, and I'll offer my services to anybody that wants to ask me. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, any other commissioners that have something you want to say on this issue?
I do. Thank you, Jay, for your information. We appreciate that. We have frustrated people, and they have the right to speak. And I think some of this is kind of strange for me to shut people off and do what we're doing today, and I apologize for that and saying that to you. But I want to listen to what they have to say. I want to have them their 5 minutes. And if they are frustrated, they're coming to us, which we are servants of these people out here. So when I'm listening to this, it doesn't sound quite right what you're doing, Mr. Lindell, and you're a very good person and all that, but I think we need to change a little bit of how we listen to the people out there, because even if we can't do anything, we're here to listen and serve. Even if Black Hills Power cannot change and PUC cannot change and people cannot change, we are here to listen. So to shut people off, and bottom line, we know, thank you, Jay, for that resolution, or saying what we can't do for the resolution, and we can't resolve this for you. But we can listen to. And I haven't been here for, what, a couple weeks? And there's no blame to be on the commission or anybody. There was 4 years given. I don't know what happened in that 4 years, and you can't solve it today is what we're trying to say. But I do appreciate if we learn to listen a little bit more and not shut people off and let them talk. And if I have to stay here, I don't know about the other commissioners, for a couple more hours, I'm good. I'm good. Because that's my job. And if I have to stay here all day and listen to them, I will. Because that's my job. I'm here to serve. So I understand we need order, and you do very well at that, Mr. Lindell, but I'm willing to listen a little bit more to what people have to say when they're frustrated, or anything we have to do to resolve people's issues. We can't help you folks, is what they're saying. We have resolve in this resolution because it can't happen till February, which hopefully next time we can get ahead of the game instead of behind the game. But I also have to say undue alignment is with everybody. Black Hills Power probably understands that most, undue alignment and people not being happy with power lines and scenic views and everything else, but they have to do their job as well. So I understand their point of view as well. Bottom line is, again, I'm here to serve, and if you need to talk to me or call me at any time, I'm here. And I'd like to know what happens later if we could. It is in Mr. Fairby's district. Maybe you can contact him and he can contact us. And we're all in this together, not just Mr. Fairby. Thank you.
Anything else? Since there's no action to be taken, we'll move on to item 16. Ordinance 4, an ordinance providing for the licensing and control of animals within Pennington County. And Denise Sattler brought this forward. So identify yourself and address the commission.
Good morning. I am Denise Sattler. I am here this morning because of an incident with a neighbor. I've had a long history with a neighbor. Just in short, we're not friends. The incident sprouted from whatever was happening in their lives. They had called the sheriff. The sheriff came. They stated our dog was barking all day, actually, and I had not been home all day. The officer came when I was back home. He issued me a citizen's arrest from my neighbor. I was confused because the dog was in, I would say 90% of the day while I was gone moving my son. He said, I asked him, is my dog barking? He says no. He said if it was, then I could issue the ticket. Your neighbor wouldn't have to. I went through the process of going to court several times, and then we ended up going in front of the judge, and they presented their case. Essentially, the reason I was charged with guilty is because of the ordinance and the way it's written. The ordinance, while it's needed, of course we don't want dogs barking night and day, it is very vague in how it is written. It needs to be a little more specific in what disturbing an individual is. To one person, it could be one bark, and they're totally disturbed. The next person, it could be 2 hours that, you know, the barking could proceed, and then they're disturbed. All I ask is that consideration is taken into the way the complaint to the home, the pet owner is delivered. I would like to see something on that ordinance. I believe it's number 4, section 2 of noisy animal. That the person complaining complains to the owner of the animal first, and have that be proven either by delivery of a certified letter saying that they had requested the dog be quiet, or delivery by a sheriff. And this ensures that they indeed tried to resolve the problem before it went to court, because that was part of the problem of me going all the way to court about this. I was never presented by the complainer that my dog was barking. So first of all, that I would like that addressed. Second, I would like the noise addressed. What do we consider noisy? I mean, as I said, it could be one bark for some, it could be 2 hours of barking for some. So I propose maybe a medium of half an hour of barking. You know, a half an hour would be quite annoying for anyone, I would think. And if it is nonstop, it would definitely disturb the neighborhood or anyone surrounding them. So I propose possibly a half an hour of barking constantly, intermittent barking up to an hour. And this would pinpoint, essentially, instead of being so vague that, okay, your animal is noisy. All animals are noisy, especially dogs if they're outside. So to ensure that we can have the freedom of having pets in our yard and having them enjoy our yard and having us enjoy them in our yard, I would just ask that you take under consideration those 2 aspects of this ordinance that we already have.
Okay, are any questions for Ms. Sadler?
It's Sattler, sir?
Sadler.
Thank you, sir. I don't see the section that you're pointing to, and I apologize.
It is ordinance number 4,
Do you know
section
about that?
2. It's titled noisy animal.
What's that?
I couldn't find that, sorry, sir. Section here.
Page 4.
Thank you.
Page 4.
I don't remember the exact wording. It is something to the effect of any animal that makes a disturbing noise or sound that
Thank you, George.
Brings great disruption to a reasonable mannered person.
Thank you, Ms. Sattler. Jay, by chance, do you have any information on this that, can we help Ms. Sattler? Have we had these issues before? If we wanted to change this, what would we do?
Jay Alderman with the State's Attorney's Office. I wouldn't personally know of any prior incidents. That would either be probably through the Sheriff's Office or Humane Society Animal Control. So I don't have any background on how many times this may have happened and where in the county. As far as amending the ordinance, you know, you could direct myself to work with the sheriff to come up with some amending language that you'd take a look at. And then it would have to, of course, be properly notified and be brought back in front of the board and so forth, but.
I guess in order to amend something, I would have to see if there was enough call to amend. So how would we find out if the noisy animal issue is a big issue to even change this section or any section?
I would say Sheriff's Office and the Humane Society.
So we can direct you and the sheriff to work with Ms. Sattler, or how do we do that? So we can find out that information?
You might want to get that information first, and then if you think that there's reason to take it up as a potential amendment, put it back on the agenda to have that discussion to see then if you would request myself to draft some language to amend it. But it sounds like you want to get the information first.
So we can continue this, if we could, till we get that information. That'd be the best. And if I could indulge the commission, if we could continue this, and I would also help Ms. Sattler to find that information. It wouldn't be just their job if we could. Is that
So, Mr. Chair, to help you
Sorry.
out here.
Thank you, Ms.
I
Nancy.
would make a motion to continue this to the next meeting.
And I'll second that. Thank you, Ms. Nancy.
We have a motion and a second, and again, roll call vote. Any further
Should have discussion first, Mr. Chair, and I guess I would have one question before we vote. Whose ordinance is this? It's a Pennington County ordinance, but which department does this ordinance belong to?
Good question. I don't, you would know.
In the past, I believe, for Pennington County, the sheriff's office was directly involved. Because there was a time, I think, maybe we didn't have a contract, if I remember right, with the Humane Society for a period of time, and then it defaulted to the sheriff's office to be the animal control department for the county. And that's when some of this all started to come about. So my recollection is sheriff's office.
Yeah. And my question would be, and if the sheriff is comfortable with this, or should this be a nuisance officer deal, or just so that we know where we're headed, and back in the Air Force days, we called it OPR, Office of Primary Responsibility, and because I got kind of hung up on that, some individual department should have the ultimate responsibility to come to us with the ordinance, and that's where I'm going. And Sheriff, you want to comment?
Good morning, Kevin Tone, Pennington County Sheriff. I guess I can make a recommendation. In looking at the ordinance, it was written in 2001, amended in 2004. How about if we just kind of rewind and take Ms. Sattler's comments into consideration, maybe look at just, reviewing the ordinance from top to bottom with the State's Attorney's Office and any other interested parties, and see if we can just clean up everything that might need cleaned up at the same time.
Yeah.
And Kevin, sir, if we could maybe, if we're going to clean something up, maybe know how many violations on this ordinance that we've had. That might help too. Because if we've had 4 on this paper, then you're putting in a lot of work for something that maybe is working. Does that make sense, even though we have complaints without?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, you may.
I think that should be part of the review process. And again, let us look at the ordinance from top to bottom rather than trying to piecemeal a couple things. Because it's been, 14, 15 years since its original inception and since one amendment in 2004. And I just think it makes sense to look at it from beginning to end. And then in doing that ordinance process, there's a number of notifications. We come back through the commission and there'll be lots of input. So I think that'd be a better process.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a substitute motion that we ask the sheriff to review the ordinance number 4 and come back to us with his suggestions.
I'll second that. Okay.
Thank you, George.
I just have one clarification, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I'd like more than 2 weeks, though, if possible.
No.
Originally, you talked about bringing it to the next meeting, so I'd like a little more time in that process. And I don't know if you specified a time period or.
I purposely didn't set a time, so hopefully sometime before, well, anyway, I'll just leave it at that, but.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
And be in contact with Ms. Sattler if we could, so she's informed of what he's working on.
The ball's in his court.
Okay.
If motion passes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a substitute motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not, we'll vote on the substitute motion. Roll call.
Buskerud?
Okay, that's great.
Garabee?
Yes.
Adcock?
Yes.
Troutman?
Yes.
Peterson?
Yes. Motion carried. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the lack of county building codes, item 17, and Mr. Cody Ackerman requested this, and so if you would step forward and identify yourself, please.
Good morning. Cody Ackerman. I live on Dillon Drive in Rapid Valley, Trailwood Village subdivision. First, I would like to appreciate would like to say to you that I appreciate your service, and I appreciate it a lot more in the last hour because I haven't been to these meetings very often. A lot more complicated than I thought it was. I'd like to begin with how all this came about. A few weeks ago, I noticed workers preparing the lot behind my house, Landing Street, for concrete driveway and sidewalk. The area is being developed and close to 30-plus homes will be built. My sister-in-law is having one of those homes built, and it is behind my house. All forms were 2x4s. I did not see any gravel or rebar. After setting forms, it appeared frozen soil was used to build back to grade. Packing this frozen soil with a hand packer, then poured concrete. I called the home builder, who assured me that the base was reground asphalt. However, when we checked later that day, he stated it appears to be topsoil. The next day, I called Pennington County Courthouse to see what regulations were, only to find there were none, the reason I am here today. Do you have handouts with pictures? I addressed one to Ms. Hadcock because you asked for additional information. I stapled that to the paper.
Thank you, Mr. Ackerman.
With your handouts are pictures showing frozen soil with large air gaps used as fill, no gravel. Pictures A3 and A4 have snow in the background. A4 also shows 2x4 against the curb, which is approximately 10 or 12 inches thick. Also in the handout are some regulations, which I received from the city, showing aggregates that can be used, thicker aprons with rebar into the curb that are required. None of those happen at this site. Our neighborhood is inside of the 1 mile of city limits. Sometime in the near future, it will be annexed into the city. Big Sky subdivision is a little less than 1 mile north, and annexation just failed. It makes sense to conform to the city regulations for the betterment of the neighborhood. This morning I talked with Paul from the school administration and an engineer for the city. He said that he had reviewed this plot or this lot where the 30 houses are to be at, and he did recommend to the county that they follow the city recommendations or city guidelines. Regulations, any regulation or ordinance passed will not affect the person who's currently doing a good job. It may well help him by putting him on equal footing. Regulations would save landowners hundreds of thousands for repair at a minimal to the original cost. It will also add years to the life of the neighborhood and will save on the landfill. This subpar work makes no sense, and I believe it is only done because they can. One of the commissioners asked me a question I actually could not answer, but how are we going to pay for this? Well, I wrote down several things. The first, of course, would be add a small fee to the permit cost for inspection. The second idea would be pass an ordinance using our current code enforcement officer to spot check, much like the state electrical inspector does currently. And with an ordinance or regulation in place, use only licensed contractors so the homeowner could identify and come back on that contractor for poor quality work. I would like to add, because of my actions with the home builder, the contractor was contacted, and a called sugar rock, it's dirt with some rock, smaller rock in it, was added to the base of the sidewalk. However, that will not help the next person. Hopefully we have prevented some of the problems on my sister-in-law's place, and if you have any questions, I'm trying to help.
Any questions for Mr. Ackerman?
You have several pictures there. A few of them show the front of the house. I know that is not your area, but it's just for reference. You can see the frozen clods of dirt. And actually, you can identify some of the, by the street, there was some gravel left over from the building of the street, and you see a few clogs of those thrown up against the side of the house where they just picked them up and threw them up there. I believe the A4 was where you can see some gravel. That's just a little bit left over from the street. And the first picture, B1, would show the side of the house, but I only took pictures of that so it would be a reference to the quality or lack thereof of, you can see the 2x4, you can see the flows and clogs. As soon as things thaw out, those air gaps would be much bigger, and you would essentially have a bridge underneath the concrete. And they did use a whacker packer to beat the top of the topsoil down, but you know, it's only a handheld thing. In fact, I actually believe it may be in one of those pictures, but the compaction is the biggest problem. Of course, the lack of thickness next to the curb is pretty sure that it's not going to last any length of time. All right.
Again, any questions for Mr. Ackerman?
Mr. Chair, maybe a comment, and we did visit with this, and I guess I would just like to say publicly that, you know, that a lack of a building inspection has been a problem for the county in many ways, and perhaps that's something we should look at as a county. It would be something that would have to take a while to develop. It would definitely change expense, both for the county and for the citizens, and that would be something we'd have to gauge as to whether they would want to have higher taxes and pay fees, because a fee usually just never, you can't charge enough in a fee to cover the true cost. And so a fee would be helpful, but it wouldn't cover true cost. So I would throw that out to the rest of the commission, that maybe this is a time for us to seriously look at this. We've tried to look at this before, and we just continue to have growth, and maybe we need to do that.
Any other comments? Oh, sir, go ahead.
I'd like to address that somewhat, but I did put down a few ideas, the one being the ordinance control officer that could spot check, much like the electrical engineer. That would have minimal cost. The other thing I'd like to say is an ounce of prevention means more than a pound of, an ounce of prevention is more than a pound of cure. The result of this would be tenfold savings, because a majority of these people, not a majority perhaps, but are on fixed incomes, and they have to fix this after this guy comes by to do this kind of work. You could actually paint concrete on top of the soil, but it would look a little too obvious. But this kind of work is short term, to say the least.
I understand.
Here I have, if I could, sir.
Yes. Yes.
This way. Thank you, sir. And I agree with Miss Nancy. I think an inspector, you do all the work. The planning commission and the planning directors do all the work, and then we have no one to make sure that the people do it right afterwards. So, and the other thing was maybe licensed contracting. I don't know if we could look at that as well, but those two things, Mr. Ackerman, are huge for doing good work. So I appreciate you bringing that forward today. It was awesome. And solution as well. Good for you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Done with me, sir?
If you're...
Anything that you can do here is going to help someone in the future. I would volunteer for something if it would come to that. Being retired, I have a little more time than I had in the past, but I needed to bring this up. I thought we have to get started somewhere.
Do we have a planning commission opening right now?
Anyway,
You're
I
retired,
appreciate
right?
you being here, and I will point out to you that the challenges that exist in the urbanization of the area between here and Box Elder. We're dealing with another situation where Box Elder, in their 3-mile limit, platted the property. Eventually, the city, in addressing the airport protection, took over the platting jurisdiction. The county issues the building permits, and there's lots of problems, which emphasizes the importance of coordination and meeting the challenges that this kind of thing represents. So thank you for bringing it.
All right, okay. I did add Ms. Hadcock some information that I got this morning from the fellow downtown, and he seemed to think that the city that's not quite their responsibility in the contract area. I didn't address any of the building thing. I was just in the contract of the concrete itself. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Can I comment? Before we go jumping off a cliff with more regulation and more spending, and more fees, I hate to put the highway guys on the spot, but the sidewalk, well, let me back up. Education process, the driveway obviously belongs to the private individual, but the sidewalk, who's the sidewalk belong to?
Sidewalk, I believe it's public domain.
Excuse me, sir, my question was for
okay. I'll get out of your way.
My question was for the county highway.
Tom Wilsey, County Highway. City of Rapid, they say that it's the landowner's responsibility. We don't really have a policy that I know of who's the true owner. It's in the easements, but it's just within the easements.
Right away.
Well, the road for sure is ours. The street is ours for sure.
Mhm.
We'll start with the street, and the driveway belongs to the residents.
Yes.
So now we got this.
Any approach.
Now we got this middle ground, the sidewalk. And I guess who, in this particular instance, and I'm sorry, Mr. Ackerman, do you have any knowledge of who ordered the sidewalk be put in?
I do not, excuse me. I believe, sir, it was a requirement of that particular area.
Laid on by whom?
Yeah, I can't tell you that. There's just a picture here of the city ordinance, and it gives the details of the sidewalk and the apron and all that. That's not the owner's land, but the sidewalk will be his responsibility to repair or replace later on.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chair, I suggest that that's good information going forward, but certainly I would be adamantly opposed to any further regulation or any further fees until we find out or get some more basic knowledge of who is responsible for what. So, thank you.
Anything further? Okay, we'll move on to item 18, legal publications, the addition of a fourth newspaper. Holly?
Commissioners, at our last meeting, you designated the 3 required legal newspapers for 2015. At this time, state law requires you to publish our proceedings in 3 newspapers. Choosing to utilize a 4th is allowed. It is not required. I was directed to do some additional research as the Native Sun News approached you and has asked us to include them as well. What you have in front of you is a list of all the departments and the notices that we're required to publish. One item that I do want you to note is that each department has different publishing requirements. Not everybody operates under the same statutes, and they have not budgeted to utilize a 4th newspaper for 2015. So my recommendation would be to allow during 2015 whatever you direct the departments to do to allow the commissioner's office and use our budget to publish or to pay for those additional notices with the Native Sun News. So at this time, I'll stand for any questions. The motion is to direct staff to publish, and I would like you to give very specific directive on what items you want us to publish in the Native Sun News in 2015.
You want to go first, Nancy?
No, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
What is the amount in the commission budget?
In 2015, I believe we have 70,000. In 2014, we spent approximately 45 to 50,000 to publish all of our notices. Now, understand, that is commission budget only. That is not anybody else's budgets.
Would job openings, as an example, would it come out of our budget or out of HR budget?
Nick does not have the money in 2015 to pay for it out of his budget, so I would ask that you allow me to pay for it out of the commission budget. With the Native Sun News, we're talking about $2,000 additional to post jobs.
But typically, job openings now are paid for by whom?
By Nick, by the HR
Okay.
budget,
All
yes,
right.
sir.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, just to follow on with what you said, George, 2,000 to do a job opening?
Correct.
So how many times would that be?
Once a week. They're a weekly newspaper.
They're every 2 weeks, right?
If there are openings.
If there are job openings, yes.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to
Just a minute.
excuse me.
I think it's every 2 weeks they publish. Is
No,
it weekly?
they're a weekly paper.
Okay, I apologize.
Okay.
I would make a motion to publish job openings and election notices in the Native Sun Times.
So, Mr. Chair,
We need a second.
Let him finish his.
That was my motion, was to publish job openings and election notices.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second for discussion. How about that?
so, Mr. Chair, may I pull out what the financial part of that would be? If it is $2,000 and we have 50 weeks, we're going to say, where we would have an ad, that's $100,000, am I correct?
No, 2,000 for the entire year.
Okay, because I
My
asked you
apologies.
weekly.
No,
Yeah.
$2,000 for the entire year
Okay.
to publish job openings.
Okay, then that makes it easier. What would it cost for Julie then? I want to know the cost before we go forward with anything. For
Election.
You don't know.
At this point, there's no way for me to give you a cost any of this because we don't know what's going to happen during the course of the year. For example, the city's calling a special election, that's on top that we wouldn't know to budget for. So it's a moving target. It's very difficult to put an exact dollar amount on this.
Okay.
I apologize, I didn't think that elections would be part of that discussion and didn't pull those figures. We are in an off-election year. So any election that we have this year, we are under a contract to have unless the county doesn't opt out. And the publications cost are significant is too high. They are a cost of any election. The biggest cost, of course, comes from the publication of the ballot and that type of information. We can certainly budget for that in 2016, which is our big elections, and I can prepare it that way and have that figure during budgeting. Any expense that we would have this year, that decision would go back to, right now, to the cities and the school districts that were doing their elections if they want to participate in that fourth newspaper. So when we have an election that is just another does not include Pennington County, we would ask their direction on whether we publish in that paper or not. So, and if we did, we would be reimbursed. So it would be null and void during this year, and I can give you that cost for next year. Native American is a large percentage of population in Pennington County, even though we do not have reservation boundaries, and I think it is a good way to notify that field of voters, and anything we can do to get any faction of voters out to vote is better. So I would support that, but yes, there will come a cost. I just don't know what it is. The largest cost, of course, in an election is your ballot stock and your precinct board, so that won't change. So I can definitely budget for that if that's something that you think you would continue into the 2016.
Maybe that's the best solution, is to do the election notices next year. But I would ask, I think the job notices are very important, but I'd also, if we could, put the commissioners' names in there so they know who to contact. I think that's very important to know who is serving you in Pennington County, and I think if we could get, that would be my request, a substitute motion to put the commissioners' names and contact information, and then the job notices in the Native Sun News this year, and then try next year for election notices because of budget issues.
Okay. Clarify your substitute motion so we can seek a second.
Request for commissioners to go with Native Sun News and publish commissioner names and contact information and job notices.
Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, we haven't really gotten seconds for either of those motions, but what I would like to say is I agree with everything you're saying, but we have a certain amount of money, and I'm wondering if there isn't a different way to approach this, and I'd like the opportunity to discuss that. We have I'm
I can
sorry.
make another substitute motion then.
No, because we need to discuss.
Okay.
If we,
I can't see continuing to make motions that aren't seconded that don't really address it. We should be having discussion before
Well,
we
my
make.
motion was seconded, so.
Yeah.
Who seconded it?
I second for
Oh,
discussion.
I'm
Ms.
sorry.
Nancy.
Well, then I can't talk about this
What should
because your motion will not fit what I want to do in discussion.
the substitute motion hasn't been seconded yet, so.
the substitute motion fails for lack of a second, and so we're back to the original motion.
Okay.
And
So you can discuss away.
But it won't address your wording in your motion.
Well, then a substitute motion. And I don't have a problem with that, yeah.
How does she talk Lindell and still have discussion with this motion on, or can she not?
you what?
How can she discuss the issues she wants to discuss without having to worry about the motion? Can she discuss what she needs to discuss anyway?
Well, if what she's going to present does not apply to the motion.
So how would we let Nancy speak?
If she makes a substitute motion, I'll second it so she can talk.
Can you just withdraw it for a little bit, please?
Well, I guess I can do that too, but I'd have to have the second concur with me. And
I'll concur.
okay, so we'll start over. You go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I believe it's a budgetary issue that we're hearing, and certainly it is on the part of the commission for our own part of funding that's being proposed to be used. So if we have $70,000 in our budget as a commission, and we spend around $50,000, we have a little bit of wiggle room. I always hate to commit all of that because we never know what's going to happen. But what I would like to see us do is commit a certain amount of that $70,000 to be used at the Native Sun for this year. And then next year, we would deal with it on a department-wide basis in budgeting as appropriate. And so that there would be a certain amount, and when we reach that amount, we're done. And I, like I said, I don't want to take it all the way down, but we really would only have 20,000 wiggle room. I'd like to see us do 10,000. Are you going to get some information, Holly? Or?
My apologies. I just want to check my 2015 budget before I.
Okay.
My 2015 budget was cut for publishing. We're down to 65,000.
Okay. I'm finished if there's comments.
Nick, go ahead.
Nick Strude, HR Director for Pennington County. It seems to be jobs is the one that everybody's in support of, and I'm supportive as well, but as Holly knows that we don't have the money in this year's budget for that. And you asked how we got that number. I talked to the city, and the Native Son News starts at $40 per week. And we just multiplied that times 50 weeks because, Commissioner Fairby, we have in the past advertised jobs every week. There's very rarely, I think there was 1 week last year in 2014 we didn't advertise. So about 51 weeks a year we advertise. So that's where we got the $2,000. And so if a motion were to come to spend $10,000 and you wanted jobs in there, I would ask that we allot $2,000 to post the jobs. So I just want to let you know where our math came from.
Okay, thanks.
Any questions for Nick? Okay.
So we don't have where we want to put the 10,000, we just want to spend up to 10,000.
I'm just saying that I don't want us to just say we're going to spend it when we really are very limited. And since it's 65,000, that changes a little bit because that's only going to give us a very small amount.
So if we're spending 2,000 on job notices and we can spend up to 10,000, and the only other motion we had before was on election notices, but we do not know those totals, then how are we going to proceed?
And I understood, Julie, that we'd have to find out if the other governmental entities want to participate in it, right? Or
Julie Pearson, Pennington County Auditor. We wouldn't, as a county, have any election notices in 2015 that you would end up paying for out of our budget. When we contract with other agencies to do their budget, we track the costs and they pay us back. So that decision of election notices this year wouldn't be effective. And when I come back for 2016, wouldn't make any difference.
That's what I was, thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate that clarification, Ms. Julie.
So I would resubmit my motion to publish job openings and Pennington County elections, and who knows, Mark Bargo might be, well, no, I shouldn't pick on Mark. My motion is to publish job openings and Pennington County elections.
Would you like to include Commissioner Hadcock's friendly amendment to publish commission names and contact information?
I would not be opposed.
So do we have a second to?
I'll second that motion then.
That motion. Okay, any further discussion?
I'm not letting this go. I think also that we should have notice of our meetings. I mean, it's great to put our commission in, but what a better point than to just put a little notice in that Pennington County is having a meeting and these are your commissioners and explain where it's at and so on. Because our purpose, I think, is to reach out to the Native American community.
I wouldn't oppose that. Could we add that to our second? George, are you opposed to that?
No, I'm not opposed, no.
That would be good to add that with. Thank you, Ms. Nancy.
So if the secretary is
I'm okay.
okay with that?
Or chairman
we'll not,
and secretary.
go through the hoops
I got it.
there.
Sorry.
Anything further on this motion?
Who seconded it?
Deb.
Me.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anything further? Not roll call vote.
Buskerud? Farabee?
Yes.
Hadcock?
Aye.
Troutman?
Yes.
Peterson?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, item 19 from the treasurer, distress warrants deemed uncollectible.
You're not going to distress us, are you, with your distress warrants?
I don't think so. Janet Saylor, Pennington County Treasurer. Before you, you have a letter on 2 distress warrants that need to be deemed uncollectible by my office that were written for Motor V. One was for 3140, written October 14th, 2009, and one is for 4450, which was written on March 31st, 2006. and according to law, they have to be deemed uncollectible.
Move approval?
Second.
Motion is second to support the dismissal of the uncollectible funds. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion, answer the roll.
Got to have roll call.
Buskerud? Farabee?
Yes.
Adcock?
Yes.
Troutman?
Yes.
Peterson?
Yes. Motion carried.
Thank you.
Item 20, Emergency Services Center.
Good morning, Leanne
Morning.
Hollingshed, Director of Emergency Services Communications. I am here this morning to ask for our 2015 approved operating transfer for our budget a little earlier than normal, half of it earlier than normal. Just for some history, our budget, the E911 budget, by state law is required to operate independently of the general fund so that we can track, because of the requirements of the law, what goes in and goes out. So therefore, it operates like a cash budget. The 911 surcharge is collected by the state of South Dakota and typically comes to the county 2 months after it's collected. So if we don't have a surplus of cash, we have to start early again. It's kind of like your checking account. You know, you can't take out what you don't have in. We have not collected all of 2015, 2014 yet, so that starts 2014 a little slow. Our operating budget typically is about $240,000. We get our 911 surcharge on a monthly basis. We get our 911 surcharge as well as our payments from the city on a monthly basis, but the county we get typically once a year. After the first round of taxes. So what we're asking is simply to get the first half of what the county has already approved at the beginning of the year to put us a little bit ahead to start off the year.
Any questions for Leanne?
How much early?
Typically, we get the transfer, the whole transfer, which is just over $600,000 in May, and we are asking for half, just over $300,000 in January.
Okay, thank you.
Have you done this before?
We have not. We have typically, the state changed the way that we collected 911 surcharge 2 years ago. We used to keep a much larger cash reserve balance because we did not get our surcharge monies in a timely manner. It was a much longer period of time, so we kept a larger cash reserve. When they changed that and we now get it on a monthly basis, we spent down the reserves building our new facility that's in this building that we will move into eventually. But that took a lot of those cash reserves.
Any other questions or comments?
Just, Mr. Chair, I think this would be for the treasurer. I'm just curious if our cash flow is okay, if we do something like this. Okay, it's for the auditor.
Auditor? I was going to say.
We are the one that recommended Leanne come do this, and we're going to change our cash flow, our policy on operating transfers so that until they build their cash reserve back up, because they did spend all of their reserve on funding the equipment for the new 911 services center. And the reason they did that is so that the city would pay their portion. And so until that cash flow gets built back up, and this is the only revenue stream that we have the control over, since the other ones are behind the times, if you will, which they always will be. She has over $200,000 in accounts receivable that we just couldn't get receipted in before the end of the year. So it's not a fund balance problem, it's just a cash problem.
Okay. That clarifies a whole lot, Miss Julie. Because I'm like, I don't know. I don't know all their budgeting and stuff. So Thank you, Miss Julie.
You're welcome.
Good information.
Any other discussion?
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve the operating transfer from general fund to E911 fund for $7,000 and $724. $307,724.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, call the roll, please.
Buskerud? Farabee?
Yes.
Hadcock?
Yes.
Troutman?
Yes.
Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next item is from equalization, and we have four items.
Good morning, Commissioners. Shannon Rittberger, Director of Equalization. You have several requests for abatements before you under 4 items. The first 2 come from property owners, and I believe that they're probably here and wish to speak. If the commission wishes, I can introduce the situation of those, but the first 2, we'll step aside and let the property owner speak. The last 2 come from my office as a routine course of business, and I'll have an explanation just briefly on all of those.
You proceed at your discretion.
The first on your list, item A, is Weichman. I think I pronounced it right. This property owner is requesting an abatement. The property owner noticed a discrepancy in the data we had on the property. I think it was a number of bathrooms and basement finish, and he can explain that. This property was part of a neighborhood review that we did in the summer of 2012. We had an appraiser who went by the property, looked at it, made some notes on a card that we left on the door, the assumptions that we had for the property, and with a note to call our office for an interior inspection. We got no response from that. Assessment notices were mailed in 2013 and 2014. There were no appeal on the property assessment. The property owners come into our office in the last couple of months, and we've been out to look at the property, and we've got the right information, so from now going forward, we have that data corrected. And I believe the property owner is here.
Yes, he is. Would you come forward and identify yourself, please?
My name is Ryan Wichman. Like you said, in July, I believe 2013, my property was reassessed. That they did leave a card in my door. I did call in. I was told that that call was registered or in their books. I called in, and they said they would take care of the problem. They just assumed that the basement was finished, and it was not. At that time, I was told over the phone that they would be taken care of, that the assessment was wrong, we'd have to have it reassessed. And that's the last I heard. I never heard any more until I called in I believe December, this past December of 2014, when my escrow was empty. And I started inquiring why the $500 balance, which is required to carry, was gone. At that time, they said, well, because of the jump in property assessment. So when I started to inquire, the reevaluation of my property was never fixed. It was left as a finished basement and as a finished second bathroom. We went into the director's equalization office and did straighten it out going forward, like they said. But I just would like to be able to get some of that money back, if possible. I do not know what recourse there is, or if there is any.
Okay. Was the amount ever determined?
I don't have an exact figure, but I believe it's like $800, somewhere in that ballpark. Just from what I can put together with my files.
Okay. Seems to me like we've had this discussion before about refunds or rebates or abatements, and would you clarify for us, please?
Yeah, we've discussed this situation in the recent past. I've provided the commission with guidance on abatements that we've gathered from Attorney General's opinion and Supreme Court cases. This is the exact situation that's been addressed in those that should be an appealable issue and not an abatement.
Any other questions?
Well, I do have a question for both individuals. Shannon, is there any record of Ryan calling in?
The property owners, both him and his wife, have been in our office in December to talk about the property, and we've been out to look at the property.
No, he said that after the notice on his door in the summer of 2013, if I have that correct, that sometime after that notice, he did call in to the...
We have no record of that.
Okay, and for the benefit of, and some of you might know, but give us the time frame. The assessment notices come out, what, in November, December?
Assessment notices are mailed the 1st of March. The appeal process takes place in March and April. Taxes are paid on that assessment the following year.
Okay, well, where I was going with this was, did you, when you got the assessment, and it had been 2013 assessment or 2014 assessment that's involved here? 2013 assessment? You got that assessment, Ryan, did you look at it carefully?
I looked at it and I had questions about it, that's why I called in. I do not remember who I talked to in the office, but, because I didn't think it was going to be an issue.
But you did pick up that there was a significant difference from the previous year?
Yes.
Julie, did you have some input?
Excuse me. Julie Pearson, Pennington County Auditor. Some information for the two new commissioners specifically. Under state statute, there are very specific reasons. How many is there? 5, 8?
Something like that.
There's very specific reasons under which a county commission can grant an abatement. If an abatement does not fall within those in statute, even if you approve the abatement, I will not perform that abatement, because what that does is it lowers the cash amount that the treasurer has to collect. And any money that a treasurer does not collect, that treasurer is held personally liable. So since it would be outside the perimeter of the statute, if it was put on the books with a reduction, then she would be personally liable for the difference. So my policy is, if it doesn't fit within those reasons, specifically as recommended by or authored or opinioned by the deputy state's attorney, then I will not follow through with that, just so that you are aware.
But Shannon just told us, if I'm correct, that it would not be under abatement, it would be under appeal by your statute of your...
The appeal would be an appeal on the assessment. In this case, that would have been in March and April of 2013.
Okay.
That time has passed.
So we can't act on it as an abatement, as Julie says, based on statutes, what she's trying to tell us. Thank you.
Anyone else? So where are we now on this issue? The assessment has been corrected or not?
We have correct property data. We'll be mailing out assessment notices in March with the new assessed values.
And his has been changed?
We have the data, the basement, the bathroom, and whatever other errors there might have been in it, we have it correct. We've been on the property. We've met with the property owners.
And his taxes have changed? His assessment value has changed?
We haven't mailed out assessment notices. The assumption is yes, but I hesitate to forecast what somebody's assessment is going to do when we don't even know. We're not done with that yet, but we have changed the data, so yeah, you would assume that the assessment would be different, but that doesn't mean it's going to go down. Maybe our market has gone up more than whatever difference these issues make.
Okay, just maybe if you have time, maybe explain that to him as well.
When I'm done with this, I'd be happy to talk to him.
Thank you, Sean.
Okay, anything further? What's the wish of the commission?
I guess I would, before I make any suggestions, I'd like to get our Deputy State's Attorney's opinion of the situation.
I hate to ask for a continuance, but based on Commissioner Fairby's request there, if that's what you want me to do, I would ask for a continuance of this particular item so I can have a chance to actually look at all the documentation and confer with Department of Equalization, and because I don't have all the facts in front of me and have not had a chance to review any of this.
So move, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion and a second to defer this and put it under advisement with Jay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion, vote when your name is called.
Buskerud, Farabee,
Yes.
Adcock,
Yes.
Troutman,
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes. Motion carried. Okay, next item is item B.
This is another abatement application that comes to you from the property owner, and I think he is here as well. He has submitted a letter to you with an explanation. I have also submitted a letter. Just briefly, what this is the property owner is requesting an abatement regarding an owner-occupied classification. My recommendation is to grant this abatement. This has already gone before the City of Rapid City. The property owner purchased a property. He made application online for the owner-occupied classification. He did so timely. There's a note in our files that the property owner owns other property out of state, and that this was not his principal residence, which is a requirement for an owner-occupied classification. That is not the case. The property owner does own property out of state, but the property in Pennington County is his principal place of residence. He did make a timely application for the classification. We removed the classification from the property, mailed him a letter stating such, and asked for clarification on that. The address that we have to mail everything to him was his address that was on the deed in Florida, so he did not receive that letter. He can explain more, but my recommendation is that he did make timely application. The property does qualify, and that you grant it.
I'll move approval.
A second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Anyone have any burning desire to speak?
Hold on. No, I'm kidding.
If not, call the roll.
Buskerud, Farabee,
Yes.
Adcock,
Aye.
Troutman,
Yes.
Peterson.
All right. Motion carried. Item C.
Item C and D are going to be a lot of the same thing. They're just submitted by the auditor's office as we get these ready. You will see a lot of these abatement requests in January and February. We notice these things like this last year, but the abatement can only happen after the tax bill is printed, so they get saved up for January. Some of them have to go to the city. That takes time, so January and February, we're dealing with all of this stuff. Some of it is obvious. It should all be obvious, but the proper process is to bring an abatement request to the commission. So, item C is a bunch of properties, and I'll go down through them. Lamb property is a mobile home that was moved to Wyoming in October of 2012. The owners obtained a move-in permit. They did everything that they should have. A mistake was that we didn't get it removed from the tax roll. This abatement will do that. Sheets, this is a abatement request dealing with an owner-occupied classification. The owners of the property removed the wife's name from the property by deed. To us, that looks like a sale of the property. It's difficult to distinguish that from a sale. The owner-occupied classification was removed. We mailed them a letter. We didn't hear back from it. It was not a sale. For personal reasons, they just removed the wife's name. They continued to reside at the place and still qualify for owner-occupied. Fuller is a property owner that made late application for an owner-occupied classification, but because he was on assignment for the military, state law allows that late application under that circumstance. Hyde, this is a mistake on our part. We had an owner-occupied issue with the creation of the new tax software. We have found some problems that we have now, we think we've got them fixed anyways. And we've changed some of the stuff we're doing in the office and the clues that the tax software gets us. The property owner purchased this property, made application for the owner-occupied classification on a note of the certificate of real estate value. We're now prompted to see these better. The next three, Teton Coalition, Haddenham, and the Teton Coalition. Those are all properties that came into county ownership, and because they're owned by the county, are exempt for taxes. I think a couple of them have been, a couple or all of them been sold into private ownership. The abatement corrects the tax bill for the amount of time that the property was exempt for taxes under county ownership. The last one, Cruin, the property owners divorced. A deed was written selling the property from both of them to one of them. Again, that appeared like a sale. We removed the owner-occupied classification, mailed them a letter. For whatever reason, we never got a response back from it. They did make a proper application. They continued, or somebody continued, to live in the property and still qualified. My recommendation is to grant the abatements on all of these, and all of these are brought to you from my office.
Made all these mistakes?
Yes.
Well, we're glad that you look at your papers and go back and help people. We appreciate that. Shannon, I'll move approval of item C on abatements.
The preceding the motion with remarks is...
Can't say a joke and then do it.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion that we approve the abatement applications as presented by the Equalization Office.
I second it. Thank you, sir.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Just one comment related. Presumably, the problems have been fixed on the two that were owner-occupied and then taken off owner-occupied and now back on. You've corrected those problems in-house?
As best we can. As I said, when somebody writes a deed, it appears to us, and certainly to the computer, to be a sale. It's difficult for us to identify what's a sale and what's not. When a deed is written, it's generally a sale. It comes down to noticing these things one by one as they come through and distinguishing them. I'd like to say that we will catch every single one of those. We might not. And that's why we bring an abatement application.
Well, Mr. Chair, I mean, that's kind of disturbing if we have that kind of a situation. It's got a hit or miss as to whether or not these folks are going to get their status changed. And to me, there needs to be some more affirmative procedure to preclude that from happening. And I guess that's what I was kind of looking for.
The fail-safe is an assessment notice is mailed that will always indicate the owner-occupied classification or not. And that can be appealed as well as the assessed value during the boards.
Okay, any other remarks toward the motion? Motion to grant the abatements on the list of properties. We do have a motion and a second. Any further remarks? If not, roll call.
Buskerud, Farabee?
Yes.
Hadcock?
Yes.
Troutman?
Yes.
Peterson?
Yes. Motion carried. Item D.
The last is two abatement requests. These are very simple. Both are properties that were acquired by the county under county ownership for part of the year. The abatement corrects the tax bill for the part of the year that the county owned it and the property was not taxable. This is a matter of state law. It should be fairly obvious that when a government entity owns property that they don't pay taxes. The abatement process is the only, or is the proper method to correct that tax bill, to change it. We will, final comments here, we will see some of these coming up yet. At this time of year, we do a lot of these because we have saved them up. So in the next meeting or two, you'll see more of this stuff.
Any other questions or comments? Do we have a motion?
I guess, Mr. Chair, I'd ask our county auditor if she has, and I should have asked previously, I'm sorry, any problem with any of these?
No, they're all within the statutes.
So make a motion to approve D. Abatement applications, Pennington County.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, roll call.
Buskerud, Farabee,
Yes.
Hadcock,
Yes.
Troutman,
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes. Motion carried.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Shannon. Next item is item 22, items from extension, 2014 year in review and program update.
Good afternoon, I guess, now. I'm Tiffany Meyer,
Still morning.
Pennington County 4-H Advisor. I'm just here, usually I do this update usually in December, but I was gone for 2 months for maternity leave, and then plus we have 2 new commissioners. So I figured it'd be a great way to start off the year for in case you didn't know what 4-H was about. And I'll try to be really quick. All right, so our year in review for the 2013-2014, we held steady in our enrollments. We actually were up just a little bit. Increased our 4-H projects exhibited. We did more, promotional activities that got the name of 4-H out there still again. Continued with 4-H after-school programs, usually at North Rapid Middle School is our biggest one we have. And then just finding new and innovative ways to save time and money through the office and our leaders and volunteers' time too. So these are the workshops that we had throughout the year. We try to have something at least once a month. And so sometimes we, depending on if a club's doing something or I'm doing something, sometimes there is a couple months where we have something twice a month. Usually August, we don't have anything just because that is blocked out for all of Central States Fair or our fair time too. So dog weekend, we always have an annual bread baking workshop. Horse safety, we do 2 of those a year. Quilt workshop. Our Christmas ornaments was last December. Our club, one of our clubs did that. Partnered with Black Hills Poultry Society and did 3 series of chickens, robotics, and a rocketry. These are just a few of our pictures of some of the kids doing some of the stuff. So our workshop ideas for next year is to, since I was gone during our Christmas vacation this time, actually do something next year during vacation. We actually did something a couple years ago that we were able to do 2 workshops and the kids loved it. So and we kind of did lunch with them too during that time. Always have our annual bread breaking workshop. We have kids come from all the way from Lawrence, Butte County, Fall River, and Custer County up to that. It's kind of a big annual event. Photography is one of our biggest projects, so we want to get more involvement in that by showing the kids how to properly use their cameras. Also, our horse safety that we're already going to have 2 of those again this year. Our horse judging, we always have one with the horse safety, which is a video one because it's usually during February when we have it, so it's a little cold out. And then we're going to be trying to get a new live version. We're going to bring in some different breeds for horses for the kids to look at. Also, cupcake decorating is being a big thing, so they want to do that one again, and then hopefully do a fall work series on the horses again, doing showmanship, fitting, equitation, judging, and other aspects of the horse industry. We always do 2 day camps during the summer. This last summer we did a Get Wet camp, which everything was based off of water.
partnered with our fire marshal here. He came and talked about water safety. We did water rockets. We always have a water fight at the very end of it. I stay out of it, but I usually have fun with the kids by having the hose. We always max out on our day camps because majority of our kids, about 90% of them, are non-4-H. We actually do a write-up in our, it's called the YEP book that goes out to all the area schools, usually in April, and that's how we get kids to sign up because there's a sign-up form in there. And so it's just $10 for the kids to come for the day. We supply them lunch, all the supplies, and things for them to take home for the day. So big thing is our junior leaders, which is our 13 to 18-year-olds come. They're usually our leaders are for the different groups, and also I've had some kids now that are getting out of their shyness, and they actually want to take on more of the workshop parts of it too. So I had a couple do that. So our second one that we had the following week was called Gizmos, Gadgets, and Goo. It was all about based off of science. We had a past West River forensic photographer come out, talk about the science behind fingerprinting, and all the kids got to have their, on a piece of paper, they had a hand on it, and they got to put their fingerprints on it and kind of see the differences of them. We also did called Eggbert, where they're given a scenario. They have an egg that's called Eggbert. He's going to Mars, and we have to, you only have limited supplies, so he doesn't crash, and you have to drop it from a ladder and to see if you can break him or not. The key is to not break him, though. We did, the whole regular Mentos and Coke, seeing which one would go bigger, if it was Coke or Diet Coke, or even we tried Pepsi and different other types. We made slime. We did aerospace with talking about lift drag with, how airplanes stay up in the air. And then we did homemade ice cream, but we talked about the properties of salt, like why we use salt to make ice cream. And we had 50 youth. We maxed out on that one too. And same thing again with lunch and also with supplies they got to take home. So, and that's a few of the pictures of them. So, oops. So we also do an overnight camp, which is called Camp Bob Marshall. It's down at Custer State Park. Last year our theme was based off of science. This year our theme is going to be based off of, it's called Way of the West. So it's everything about South Dakota. 125 years ago. We do have all cultures that come to it, so we're trying to incorporate everybody into it, so it's going to be a really good time. It's open to both 4-H youth and non-4-H youth. It's $45 for kids to come. It's a great recruiting tool because I do have so many youth that come that are non-4-H that we actually invite them to come back for 4-H in the following year, or to even tell them just our activities coming up. So that's how we've been getting a lot of our numbers. So these are just a few activities that we have. That's a bucket brigade in the bottom that the Custer Fire Department brings out, and there's a huge line and a big pool at the bottom of it, and they have to take the buckets and try to fill 2, half-gallon milk jugs, and so they get wet constantly, and they love it. Our Youth in Action, we have it every year in the county. Last year we started something new where I actually went out to Wall on a Friday because they don't have school on Fridays out there. We had about 20 youth participate out there, and it was the first time, so that was great because many of those kids never have the opportunity or they just can't because the schedule is to come to the one that we usually have the first weekend in May all the time. So, and a lot of those kids end up going to State Fair that normally wouldn't have to go participate with their purple ribbon public presentations. So the one in the May, we did special foods, which is a cooking series. They have to know about nutrition. They have to be able to cook a nutritional meal and show part of it, and also do a place setting, so there's a lot to it. Fashion review, which is they can either go buy an outfit, make an outfit, or do a half and half, and they also have to model it. Public presentation, of course, is your illustrated talks, demonstrations, and your speeches. And then we have a consumer decision making, which is they're given 4 items on how to be a good consumer. So it's like if they had to go, a scenario would be you have to buy a sweater for your brother's birthday. You only have this much money. His favorite color is green, and he likes to have zip-ups, and you're given 4 different types of sweaters or hoodies, or, they're different prices and things like that, and you have to put them from, like, what would make it the best to the least. So it's almost like livestock judging, but indoors. So State Horse Show is usually a big thing in our county. Our horse project's a big project. We had 2 shows last year. We had 3 kids take on grand champions at state, and then we also had our state team down at the bottom there. They took first in Quiz Bowl, so they went to nationals last week. We went there and competed against 10 other teams from across the western region, and they took 4th place overall. And then one of my girls, they take your top 3 total scores, individual scores, and so she got 2nd place overall too, out of everybody. So they were pretty excited. This is also a team that went to nationals last year, and it's called Hippology, which is a little bit different than Horse Bowl. They're asked questions, it's more hands-on, and there's 4 different series to it. So I'm pretty proud of them, and they're pretty proud of themselves. We also are really big in our county ambassadors, and our rodeo project is one of our biggest ones too. And so 3 of our girls went on to, or actually 2 of them went on to state, and then we have our junior Pennington County ambassador who has been going to things like crazy with the crown and showing people and telling people about 4-H. So Allie McCarthy from the Rushmore Riders, she actually took on the Belle Fourche ambassador title, and then Megan Schlicke took on our Pennington County Rodeo, which we have every June in Wall. So it was a very wet year this year in Wall. That was that major downpour that we had there that one weekend. So it was, but we still went out there and rodeoed, and they had fun. They have to earn that through impromptu speech, a horsemanship pattern, and then they have silent judges that actually watch how they interact with one another and their sportsmanship and things like that. So these are kind of, I had these numbers last year during the budget meeting, and so I just kind of want to bring them up to you guys since you're both new. So I filled in the stuff for 2014 that we didn't have at the budget meeting. So actually we did increase a little bit from 2013 to 2014 for my overall members. Exhibitors went down a little bit, but they actually brought more. They're bringing more stuff in. Clover buds are, we had a lot, went from 7-year-olds to 8-year-olds last year, but even though I went down 3, they still brought in 54 projects, so they got to talk a lot. This year, my state numbers are down just because we didn't have Clover Hall, and I do have that later on, where Clover Hall is where we would bring everybody, and so everybody used to be able to bring 2 exhibits, 2 purple ribbon exhibits to fair. We were limited to our space due to everybody having to be in one whole building in the Armory, which was not a very big space to begin with. And so that kind of limited some of them wanting to bring a lot of stuff they're going to keep for next year so they can go to state fair, because they were only limited to really bring only about 1 item that they could bring this year. So it made me packing a little bit easier, but we still had a full booth, so it was still nice. And that just the numbers on the bottom are kind of my budget numbers through the years. We used to be, before we had a reorganization about 4 years ago, about 3 state people in the office plus a county support staff, and then we had a half-time kind of summer staff. And so just with those guys, our numbers have, when we went through the organization, it went down to me and 1 county staff. And now we just did our interviews for half-time staff, so hopefully we'll have them here starting soon. And so we'll be up to 2.5 now with the same budget as the $76,590. So we're increasing even though our budget's decreasing. So here's just a few pictures of our achievement days. We have a really big cat show. We're one of the biggest ones in the western part of the states. We still have kids. We go up to the Custer County Fair for our livestock. We have a really big poultry program. As you can tell, we have a goose there for showmanship. And then just our interview days that we have in our fashion review that we have also at fair. So these are just all the different events that we did through the years, and this is not even probably gotten the ones that the clubs didn't get to me, because they actually do a lot of stuff on their own too. So there's just a few of them that I just wanted to let you guys see what we do. Our 2 biggest ones we have are the Remembrance wreaths. We go out, we sell wreaths, and then we go out and place them for the Black Hills National Cemetery. So the kids really enjoy it. They really get a lot out of it, and they learn a lot about our sacrifices our military makes for us. The one on the bottom was one of our clubs that's just based off of community service, and that was during the holiday time. They actually went to the fire department and the city police and sang carols to them, things like that. The mayor came out and got to watch them too. So they've never had that happen, so they were all really tickled pink about it. This is just a little bit more about State Fair. This was all of our exhibits, as you can tell. We used to have risers, and so I would actually take up about 20-foot section of risers just for my indoor stuff. And then we got down to pretty much an 8x12 section. So we all had to be kind of creative this year on how we were going to decorate, and we had a theme and everything. So, but we had youth come out. We participated in fashion review at the state level, public presentation, poultry, and then we also had state dog. So another big one that I usually do is called the Juvenile Service Center. I go out there and teach robotics to them. They take 4 kids that are on good behavior, and they have to be on good behavior, but they're also on that minimum or the maximum to the moderate kids, or the ones that are living there pretty much for a time. And so I go in there, teach them about the robotics program. I bring in the robotics. It's all about problem solving, and I kind of teach them more of like character counts a little bit with it, because it's just saying that, okay, so why didn't your robot work the way you wanted to? Well, it's because you programmed it that way. So you got to think about in life, it's not, you know what your end, what you want to do at the ending, but you have to make sure you do every step in between to make sure you get there. So kids really enjoy it. So we end up making a 2.2 or 2.0 program, so then I could actually enhance on the ones that I've already done. And so usually I'd have them start and then wait a month, and then I'd come back the following month after that, and then do the 2.0. So my Clover Buds, we meet monthly. I actually have a leader now that's a mom of one of the kids that have now taken over this club to keep it going. But things that we've done through the years, that we've toured the fire station did Christmas cards, again, for the deployed soldiers. They're always making something that they can bring to fair with them. And these are the kids that are the 5 to 7 year olds, so they're the younger groups. Kind of gives them their time. They can be in other clubs too, but it gives them their time with their age group that they really enjoy. So innovations for the program, we're still going to be continuing with our podcast. We had to kind of revamp it a little bit because we were going to do that last year, but I kind of got nixed on the idea. So now we're going to do it where it's actually our junior leaders want to take it on and do it. So they're actually going to come up with different things of, how-to videos, like how to show poultry, how to fit your horse, also like how to put together your record book, or how to do a good presentation. So they're going to kind of take that on a little bit more, and I have our military halftime person that goes up to Ellsworth. He's going to kind of work with them also with it, and then have our groups kind of go in together. So we did leader binders last year. We had a huge deal, and that helped out significantly with their time and also paper management, because it just seems like we were giving them everything at the end of the year, but really it was stuff that they should have had at the beginning of the year to help coach their kids through it throughout the whole year of what they need to do. So they really enjoy it. We're keeping it up, and we're adding more and more to it every year. We had a mini exchange trip last year. Kansas State kids came up. We only had, they had 3 or 4 youth. We met them out at Camp Bob Marshall. They got to tour the area. We talked about the differences of 4-H's, the good things, the bad things, things like that. And the kids still to this day are very much talking to one another. That's the nice thing about social media. They can talk to each other from long distances easier. So they're hoping that sometime they can actually get down there to see their area. New this last year, I went to the Wall and Hill City Libraries and did kind of a reading program series during the summer. Wall, I went up there 6 times. Hill City went up there twice. I did science, animal, soil, green agriculture, and journey of the water molecule. So we had everything from 2-year-olds up to 11-year-olds. So it was a diverse age group, but so we all had a lot of fun. We brought our animals out, chickens and my dog and cats, and the 4-H'ers got to show them off and tell them about their project areas. Hill City, we went up to, I did one at the library. I did seed mosaics with them, so they had to, instead of painting a picture, they painted a picture with seeds in different colors. And then we went over to the Boys and Girls Club and did our aerospace and rocketry with them, with the flying airplanes with 80 kids of them. So it was a lot. It was a lot going on with 80 kids in a gym, but they all had a blast with it. So in the works is still, we always want to increase our memberships, continue those partnerships up at Wall and Hill City Libraries, keeping you guys in a loop on everything. I just want to make sure that you guys know what we're going on and that we're a great program. Continuing traffic through our 4-H building during fair. We had a lot of traffic last year, and we want to keep that up. It was really nice to see everybody go through. Strive to have more youth still attend state and national events, and of course always increase our junior leader involvement throughout the county. So I just want to say thank you for your support. Is there any questions, especially from our new commissioners, about the program?
Any questions for Tiffany?
No, sir.
Mr. Chair, how do we pay for the 4-H program since we're new? Where does the funding come from?
It's the extension
Taxpayers.
budget.
What did you say, George?
I said taxpayers.
The
Know that, George.
It's a
county
bud-
has a budget. Go ahead, Holly.
Commissioner Hadcock, it's a budget that comes from the general fund. It's
Okay.
just another county department that we
It's
have.
a program.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Some of the personnel are, like Tiffany, paid for by South Dakota State University there. It's a joint venture. We have a memorandum of agreement that between the university and the county.
Thank you, sir. And how much do we fund you from the general fund?
That last year was at 76,000.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to say I participated before in 4-H and it's awesome. And you've come a long ways. Wow, there's like tons more programs. So that's pretty awesome how hard you
There's
work and all the
almost
programs.
70 programs now or projects that kids can get into, so.
Makes a huge difference for our youth. Thank you for your work.
Yes, on top of that, to kind of lead into our next one, I'm just letting you know that I will be not employed with SDSU very much longer. So to lead in to help out, because I know we are one short on our extension board for state statute, we have to have 5 to 7 people, that includes our commissioner that we have as our liaison, that once I am done, if you would like me to put in my letter of intent to help the next person along, because it might be a little bit, and to help the office still maintain what they're doing, if I could be on the extension board myself. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Mr. Chair.
Very good. Any other questions for Tiffany?
May I make a comment, Mr. Chair? Tiffany, I'm very, very sorry to hear that because you have done so much for this program.
It's really hard, but
sometimes you have to do those things. Yeah.
Done a great job. You should be proud of yourself, ma'am. That's a lot of programs from when I was a kid. That was only 10 years ago. You've done awesome, Tiffany.
Thank you.
The next item ties right in with this, and the appointment of the extension board members. If we have in our packet the applicable statute, and that the board members' terms expire the 10th of January each year. So the accompanying letters from Patty Bruner, Teresa Durr, Lisa Moon, and Matthew Odden all express their willingness individually to be reappointed or appointed to the Extension Board, which is one of the responsibilities that we have, and I think it would be interesting and useful if each of them would come up and make a few remarks.
I do have 2 here, Patty Bruner and Teresa Durr. Matthew Auden and Lisa Moon could not get off from work, so they're absent today.
I'm Patty Bruner. They won't let me retire. I was a 4-H member myself. Then my son became a 4-H member, and I've been a leader for 30 years as of this year. Wonderful program, and I think the benefit of 4-H is that we're giving kids a positive choice, and I think that's what's important, and that's why I continue to serve.
Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa?
Hi, I'm Teresa Durr, and I was a 4-H member for 10 years in Custer County and became the 4-H agent in Pennington County. I served that for about 5 years, and then I went and taught agriculture education and FFA at Stevens High School for about 12 years until our 5th daughter was born, and decided to stay home for a while. All 5 of my kids have gone through the 4-H program in numerous aspects of it. My youngest daughter is currently very involved in 4-H right now. And like Patty, I can't say enough about the program. I just think, you know, with us being a rural county, it is so, or rural state, it is so essential that our kids know and understand the importance of agriculture. And it doesn't just deal with cattle and horses, it deals with the whole, the robotics, everything plays a part in agriculture. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board for these applicants?
Chair, did we say we wanted to add another one?
We can't, can we?
By
until
statute, we
she-
can't, right? But,
So, Holly, give us.
I guess
some-
I would recommend waiting until Tiffany is no longer employed by SDSU, and then at that time, we can have her come back in and do the official appointment if that's the board's wishes.
thank you, Holly.
Okay. So we have 4 applicants, vacancies that will accommodate each of them. What's your wish?
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion that we approve Patty Bruner, Teresa Durr, Matthew Auden, and Lisa Moon for the Extension Board.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Good job.
If not, we'll have a roll call vote.
Buskerud, Farabee,
Yes?
Adcock,
Yes.
Troutman,
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes. Motion carried.
Thank you.
Okay. Next item is item 23, Highway Department.
Morning, Ed. Tom Wilsey. We are requesting authorization to bid the following maintenance projects in our annual supplies for our materials for 2015. First project is 2015-1 asphalt concrete overlay. This is various roads within the Rapid Valley area for mill and overlays. Asphalt concrete overlay on Cedar Butte Road. That's, gotta get my glasses on before I say something wrong here. Approximately 6.5 miles for overlay in that area. Asphalt surface treatment project. We have various roads that we're gonna chip seal. That's mostly in the Wall area and several in the Rapid Valley area. Asphalt surface crack sealing projects, that's several asphalt roads throughout the whole county. We've got various regions. We do them on a rotating basis. We've fallen a little behind on that one. Stockpile, aggregate stockpile project. The Bigfoot Road is actually, you'll see that the price for it's quite a bit higher than the others. We decided to have this be a stockpile, more of a place, have the contractor haul it in and place it for us instead of our county forces stockpiling it. We figure we can get a little better price that way because this area does not have pits that we know of. Aggregate stockpile project, Robertson Pit, which is a pit we maintain ourselves. And aggregate stockpile project in Wasta area, which is, we are having the contractor find the pit and do the permitting and restoration of the pit. We won't be required to do that then. Excuse me. And then there's various annual supplies that we need to pick up for our day-to-day operations, which include items such as aggregate, asphalt, pipe, concrete, de-icing sand, and other items. This is a standard annual bid that we do. I'm just requesting authorization. These are all things within our budget that we have planned for. So I'm just asking your authorization to go to bid on these items.
Any questions from the commission?
Mr. Chair, I do estimates for the asphalt projects. Keeping in mind that some of the bids for the states come in really over estimates. Are your estimates in the ballpark?
I think they're right in the ballpark. They're pretty consistent with what we've had and figuring for the rise in cost for materials.
And the second part of that question is these numbers reflect the new price of oil?
Yeah, I've talked to the suppliers and it hasn't changed much from last year for our road oils. It has not changed, but it takes about a year for the road oils to make the adjustment for what.
Thank you. And the last question, Mr. Chair, is the annual supplies, any numbers on those or any cost estimates?
Those vary from year to year. We have a limiting amount on when we bid them, but maybe we don't use as much pipe in a year, or as much gravel, or as much sand in a year, so we don't buy as much. There are limiting amounts for each of those. I could get them to you.
Okay, well, that's really my question was if we approve this, it's like a blank check, basically, with no numbers. But you're limited by the budget.
I'm limited by my budget.
Okay, fine. Thanks.
100%.
Thanks. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Any other comments?
Mr. Tom, do you guys have many change orders on your bids?
Not yet, no. We're just getting the bidding documents. This is authorization so I can go to bid.
In generalization from last year before, do you have many change orders?
Didn't have many, no. Not many. We have a couple, but not many.
What's like 2, 4, do you have do you have a lot of bids?
You mean as in a percentage or number or what?
I guess what I'm saying, many, you kind of know that it doesn't mean just 2, doesn't mean that you have very many, but do you have a lot of change orders when you're making bids? Or do you look at the companies? Do you understand where I'm going?
Just a suggestion, Deb, he's really open, maybe go out and visit with him about that, because he's got all the figures and everything there for you.
Well, I have rode around with him and stuff, but some of this stuff is to do with bidding and what I have seen through the city as well on change orders. So I just wanted to know, in general, does the county have any difference in a lot of change orders as the city
In
did?
general, I would say we don't have very many.
And then I will come out and see you.
Experiences. From my previous experience, we don't have many change orders here in Pennington County.
Why I'm saying that too, Nancy, is that they know their business. They know how much that usually costs, and they've got it down pat, which is really good. Make sense? In the city, we did have a lot of change orders, and we did institute different rules and regs because of that, but it shows that they do their job very well.
Yeah.
So I apologize if that turned into something different than I was intending.
Okay.
Thank you.
In my opinion, I have a pretty good staff that can estimate these pretty well for me.
Thank you, sir.
And I think it's noteworthy that when you do advertise for bids, you come back to us for authorization. So,
Yes, we do.
this is just starting the ball.
This is just step one.
Yeah.
Authorization to go to bid.
Thank you for that clarification, Chair.
Any other remarks? Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd move to authorize the bid for the maintenance projects and annual supplies for the Highway Department.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call the roll.
Buskerud, Farabee?
Yes.
Hadcock?
Yes.
Troutman?
Yes.
Peterson?
Yes. Motion carried. Next item is item 24, Commissioner Farabee. Servant wrongdoing.
Okay, Holly, can you bring up that one document?
Jess has got it.
Just real briefly, and I know we're running pretty long on time, over the last number of years, I've observed and of course been asked by other folks, when the servants, we the servants, and now I'm one of the servants, when the servants elected, appointed, or hired engage in wrongdoing, then what are the consequences? And secondly, the sequel to that, or the other part of that, is what recourse do citizens have? And this all fits in with my little talk last meeting about being citizen-friendly. And I think our goal should be, at least in Pennington County, for all of us servants, to be citizen-friendly. And And I'll be real brief, like I say, because of time. But here's just one example of wrongdoing. You take a look at this observation form. You notice the date was May of 12. And item 3, I'll leave it at this. Item 4 system does not appear to consist of a seepage pit, cesspool, dry well, or leaching pit. No. Basically a clean form. Almost 15 months later, the person involved in this was harassed, basically, by the government for almost 15 months before he finally got a dismissal. This is just an illustration at this time, unless Mr. Marlowe wants to speak about it. I want to point out that there are specifics. It's not just generalities. And I think Commissioner Hadcock and I have talked about facts. This is a fact. This was the form, the observation the pumper filled out way back when. How could that turn into this Mr. Marlowe being actually taken to court? He didn't wind up in a trial, but the complaint was filed and a court date was set. As we go forward, I would like us to think about what we, Pennington County servants, can do to make this government more friendly for our citizens. Mr. Marlowe, do you want to say anything? Yes. Okay, go ahead. With your permission, Mr. Chair.
My name is Harold James Marlowe. I'm afraid I'm losing my voice. My friends call me Jim. People that know me call me Jim. I've been involved with dealing with the Pennington County Planning Department for the last year and a half. Beginning in July of 2013, I got a no violation from the state's attorney on October 14th. I received the notice, and I would like to hand these out, please.
Go ahead.
What I'm handing out are the facts. Number one is the observation form that Mr. Farabee brought up. Number 2 page is the results that I received from that observation form, saying that it said I had a cesspool. That's a clean form. The observation form is, as Mr. Farabee said. The 3rd page is my no violation form from Kinsley Powers, wrote Assistant State's Attorney. The last page is the page that says, after a year and a half, that I do not have a violation. I've highlighted what I consider to be the important parts. After a year and a half, I don't have a violation. That December 10th letter was made one day after I went to the office to give them a check, because the check that I sent in November 15th had not been responded to for 4 weeks. They refused to accept that check. In November. The check I took in on the 9th of December. They refused to accept that check. I thought I'd been insulted enough, so I left, and I left the check on the counter. After many, many sleepless nights and a lot of time trying to resolve this matter by phone and by letters, I finally did my homework. A cesspool by county ordinance, by state regulation, and by Webster's dictionary says it receives raw household sewage from the house. That's what my septic tank does. If it were not for 2 people that became involved, this would be an ongoing situation. Miss Kinsley Powers wrote, took the time, Assistant State's Attorney, took the time, more than 4 hours, to help to and listen to my story and help to understand what we were going through. She finally said, let's go look at the site. The first person to do that. She wanted to take a planning department personnel with her, and I suggested Mr. Rex Backwell, who I knew from previous experience to be a very fair and common sense person. It was Rex that found I did not have a violation. He actually dug the hole necessary to find that. If you look at this, again, the second and the last page, you see what the real issue is. Staff lacked veracity in presenting their case to various agencies, including this body. And, excuse me. And if this body is serious enough about pursuing this matter, I would be more than happy to write a lengthy statement about the entire year and a half.
Any questions for Mr. Marlowe from the commission?
So thanks, Jim. And this is one of many examples, obviously, of wrongdoing, and there's more than one party involved. I won't name names now. I think the individuals involved know who they are, and a couple of them are actually gone from the county government. Folks, this thing just can't continue. We can't continue harassing our citizens. You know, it's time for. How many times have I sat out here and heard, ignorance of the law is no excuse? And I'll be brief, but time and time again, this is 187 pages now, that just the planning and zoning ordinance. And the citizens of Pennington County are supposed to know every page in there, or it's ignorance of the law. That's unacceptable. It's unacceptable to me. On the other hand, when the servants engage in wrongdoing, what are the consequences, and what is their recourse? For now, I'll leave it at that, and thank you much, Jim.
You're welcome. Thank you for listening.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If we're really going to be fair, I appreciate you coming in, Jim, but the fairness is to hear the other side. And I really believe in that. And I am not sure that they're prepared to respond today, but I personally feel that if I'm really fair to everyone, we heard earlier today both sides of several things. And so it would seem like if we've started down that path as a commission, we would hear both sides on this as well.
Certainly. I have no objection to that.
And so my hope is by hearing both sides, we would come to some kind of understanding of how this came across between you and the Department of Equalization. Everybody can learn from the experience. But Commissioner Farabee, I think the fair part of this, if we're going to be fair, is to hear the other side.
Ma'am, the facts are the facts. Page 2 is not true.
Well, I'm sure there are other things, though, that are involved in this, and we have notes of what happened. I'm not going to dispute what happened here. It doesn't seem like it should have taken that long, but I don't know the fill-in, and that's what I would get from the other.
And Commissioner Truman, this was just this is my item, and this was just an illustration, a factual illustration.
But it's not a factual illustration because you haven't heard the other side.
Excuse me, ma'am, I have the floor, I hope. You can get on the agenda next time, and you can come in and refute those facts if you want. But this is my illustration, one of many illustrations, by the way, of what we've done to our citizens. And I'll be adamant, as long as I sit here, adamant that we need to treat our citizens better. End of story. My agenda item is done, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I certainly agree that it's fair to bring that up. But I also say that if you're going to bring it up, you must do both sides. And that is what makes it fair, George. And so I will do that. Next meeting, I will request that the other side be viewed.
Sir, maybe we can do this a little different. When we put items on an agenda, I think it has to have all the information so the staff has a chance to look at that information, and so do we. So maybe when we put things, I don't know if that's a requirement or we should make a requirement. It can't be just consequences, citizen recourse. It has to have a definition to it. When we do 2015 budget approved operating transfer for emergency services communication, we have a paper that goes with that, because I'm a factual person, as George says, and people say, I can't get any facts or gather any information, and neither can the staff to back up their side. So do we have a process and procedure in how we put things on the agenda? Chair?
I think we can examine that and make sure we understand it clearly. But I would point out, too, that we have a code of conduct handbook, I guess you'd call it, that has been adopted and is in place, and maybe it would be useful if we all kind of reviewed that a little bit and decide whether we want to address this further. Thank Mr. Marlowe for coming in.
Thank you.
And if nothing else, maybe we all conduct ourselves just a little bit differently as we go along.
Mr. Chair, once again, this issue was not about Mr. Marlowe. He was the illustration that I used from my point of being citizen-friendly, and that's, I'll be adamant about us being citizen-friendly. Thank you.
If we're talking about customer service, I appreciate that, Mr. Farabee. But if we're going to bring up things against staff, George or any other person that has to defend themselves on the consequence, and maybe George doesn't know the process and how we do stuff. So maybe we have to tell George or Deb or anybody that process instead of just letting him put something on here without saying, George, we need to make sure we have, you know, if you're going to have him talk or her talk, that we have the other side of the story to back that up, or they have a heads up on what's happening. So I don't know if it's code of conduct, but it's just maybe process in which me and George, as you obviously can see today, we have to learn a few more things on that process. So now George is fair warned on kind of what we like to see. Maybe that would help, sir.
I'm sure we can find some common ground somewhere. And
is that a program?
Proceed accordingly. Anything further on this issue? If not, we'll move on to item 25, Vacation Home Rental Committee. And Holly has prepared a background memorandum for us.
Yes, Commissioners, I did contact all of the previous members of the Vacation Home Rental Committee. At this time, Mr. Gene Quinn and Mr. Vern Vollmer are unable due to circumstances to serve on the committee going forward. I also did receive a phone call late Friday afternoon that Mr. Todd Tobin is unable to continue. Mr. Jim Peterson in Hill City has expressed interest in this committee in the past and has submitted a statement of interest for your consideration at this time. I also did contact Mr. Charlie Johnson, who was a member of the Planning Commission when this committee was active, and he is also willing to step in as a member of the committee if that's the board's wishes. So at this time, you have several options on how you wish to proceed.
I can try that if I could, sir.
Yes, you may.
To appoint Jim Peterson and Charlie Johnson to the committee. Direct Planning Commission for a liaison. Is that correct? And advertise for a new member. Is that correct, Holly?
That is one option, yes, ma'am.
Does it get all the?
It does cover all the bases, yes.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a second. Now we can talk about it. Anything further?
I would like Jeff Roller to be on that committee. He's been one of the, how do I say this? He's been interested in the issue, and I would like for him to be involved in the committee. So I guess as a substitute motion, or
could he apply?
Did your motion not say advertise for?
Yes, sir.
So
That was number 3.
I would assume that would
okay, my apology.
Open the door.
We're not going to appoint today, in other words.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Anything further? Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll call for the vote.
Buskerud, Farabee,
Yes.
Adcock,
Aye.
Troutman,
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes. Motion carried.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, before we go into planning and zoning, could we take a 10-minute break, please? I'd move to take a 10-minute break.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I,
Well,
1, 2, 3.
Roll call?
We didn't do a roll call on that, but I'm wondering if, in view of some circumstances, if, well, Commissioner Hadcock's getting back, we'll jump ahead to the joint city-county letter relative to the annexation of Big Sky. And Sarah is here, right? Would you care to address the commission?
My name is Sarah Hansel. I'm a long-range planner with City of Rapid City. I was asked to come here today to answer any questions that you may have on the letter that was prepared as a joint effort between the city and the county to address some of the annexation processes for Big Sky subdivision. So I believe there was possibly some questions about some of the items in that letter. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have had.
Okay.
Yep. And just to kind of briefly explain, we've had two meetings here at the commission to attempt to sort of bring into focus the issues that relate to Big Sky. And this joint letter is proposed as a method of further informing the citizens of the ramifications of being annexed or not annexed. And am I correct, Sarah, that there will be a fact sheet going with this? And the intent is to mail this to each resident in Big Sky.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Mm-hmm. And when this letter was proposed by Mayor Quicker, and his suggestion that it be signed representing both the county and the city, I indicated to him that I would bring this forward for approval or disapproval by the commission as to my signature.
So just not that this makes a difference, but I just want to make sure I understand on the second to the last paragraph where it talks about after receiving the petitions for annexation, the staff will send a disclosure statement and additional information regarding the zoning procedures and associated costs for them to sign. So that means that the annexation with the changes in the zoning and so on, there will be a cost to the landowner.
There won't be a cost to the landowner for the rezone that's associated with the annexation. But there's a section in our ordinance which requires this, the city to just let people know about what our rezoning policies and procedures are and just kind of put them on notice, and that's what that disclosure statement is for. So it's not directly related to the annexation, but it's just letting them know that if we proceed with this annexation, we're going to be sending them this disclosure statement, just as kind of I think it's like just a courtesy, just, you know, these are how our policies are set up.
Okay, because when I thought that we, in our meetings, had said there would not be a cost, but then I read that and I thought, well, is there or isn't there? So maybe someone else would read it that way too. Maybe just review that wording a little bit to say that although this is not a cost to you, the annexation is not, because if you go down through that, then you come there and you go, oh, it's going to cost me?
Right. We do have the, you know, there is no fee to the property owner, but it's just down their way. So we just wanted to provide the heads up.
I agree with that, but I just think that kind of, the way it's worded throws it off a little.
Okay.
This is sorry, I didn't know we started. So this is a notification that the mayor and our board is sending to this whole area?
The letter as a whole is a letter that the mayor and the board has been working on.
We'll go to, basically as a notification to all the property owners in that area for annexation?
Yep, it just serves as an invitation, you know, to annex if they missed the public meeting or if they haven't been, you know, actively involved in the meetings that have gone on here or other places. So it serves as that, and then the paragraph that Commissioner Troutman was asking about was related to the rezoning policy.
And two pieces I hadn't heard from the Big Sky, that was my district, was we did do core samples, Public Works did, and found that the roads weren't compacted properly and that the bond wasn't fulfilled from the city. There was a 2-year bond, and it was not fulfilled at that time in order to collect the cash flow for those roads. So those two things, unfortunately, were city responsibility at that time. The compaction of the inspection and the not fulfilling the bond because of the roads weren't built to standards. So I don't know if that information was ever indulged, but being in meetings and many meetings, I can tell you the whole time on the city council and before, and that was 6 years, we were dealing with Big Sky. So if this is the solution and we can move on with this solution, I'm in agreement with this. Thank you.
That's certainly the goal anyway.
Yes, sir.
So, and mainly to attempt to provide enough information and coordination so that citizens aren't trapped between two governments.
Yes, sir.
Anything further on approving or disapproving the chair's signature to this letter?
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion that we authorize your signature on this letter.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Opposed?
I guess we're going to take roll call or not?
Oh,
We're
I'm
going to be
sorry.
consistent.
Yes.
You're right, George.
I'm sorry, but.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Karen?
Okay. Buskerud, Farabee,
Yes.
Adcock,
Yes.
Troutman,
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes. Motion carried. Okay, now we'll jump back to item 26, and we need a motion to convene as a Board of Adjustment.
You my motion?
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call again.
Buskerud, Farabee,
Yes.
Adcock,
Yes.
Troutman,
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Brittany Molitor, Pennington County Planning Department. Item 26 is a lot size variance, VA 1430, to reduce the minimum required lot size from 40 acres to 4.902 acres and 25 acres in a general agriculture district. The purpose of the variance request is to create a lot for a family member. The property owner intends to deed proposed Lot 1 to a family member, and Currently, that lot has a single-family resident garage, outbuildings, well, and on-site wastewater treatment system. The existing conditions, currently the lot is a 29.9 acre lot, zone general agriculture. It has a single-family residence garage, outbuildings, well, and on-site wastewater treatment system. There is access off of Deerfield Road, which is a county-maintained road. And the other request for this is that they are requesting to create lots 1 and 2 of King Ranch subdivision. It's a later application, but as one of their requirements for that plat is to get a lot size variance or to rezone this. Currently in the area, there are 2 lots that are similar in size to this in a general agriculture district. One is down Deerfield Road, and one is actually up Slate Prairie Road. That one is actually significantly smaller at 0.64 acres, and that was granted a lot size variance in 2004. So staff is recommending approval, recommendation is that a VA 1430 is approved by the Board of Adjustment. Staff does not recommend any conditions, as identified issues are being addressed with the minor plat and subdivision regulation variance, PL 1435 and SV 1418.
Okay, any questions or comments? The Commission.
I'll move approval on the variance.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. And anyone else wishing to comment on this motion? If not, we'll have a roll call vote.
Buskerud, Farabee,
Yes.
Adcock,
Yes.
Troutman,
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes. Motion carried. And now we have to adjourn as a Board of Adjustment.
I'd make a motion to come out of Board of Adjustment.
Second.
Motion and a second. Call the roll.
Okay, Buskerud, Farabee.
Yes.
Adcock.
Yes.
Troutman,
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes. Motion carried. Next item is the consent agenda, planning and zoning.
Afternoon, PJ Conover, Planning Department. The Board of Commissioners uses the consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine planning and zoning items quickly. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. The consent agenda for planning and zoning contains the following items. Item B, Plan Unit Development Review 0607 for Black Hills Resort Incorporated, Cimarron Park. Recommendation is that it be continued to the meeting on April 7th, 2015. Item C, Vacation of Plat 1402 for Sugarland LLC, and we ask that this item be continued to March 3rd, 2015 Board of Commissioners meeting. Item D, Plan Unit Development Review 0204 for Deerfield Park Condominiums. Ask that this item be continued to the March 3rd, 2015 Board of Commissioners meeting. Item E, Minor Plat 1433 and Subdivision Regulation Variance 1416 for Bonnie RN. That approval is recommended with waivers. Item F, Minor Plat 1431 for John and Jenny Bolin, and approval is recommended.
Does anyone wish any of the items from the consent agenda removed? If not, do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Buskerud, Farabee.
Yes.
Adcock.
Yes.
Troutman,
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes. Motion carried. Thank you. Next item is item G.
Item G is Minor Plat 1434 and Subdivision Regulation Variance 1417 for David and Elisa Lind. It is basically to create lots 5A and 5B in JK subdivision and to waive plating requirements. The applicants and owners are David and Lisa Lind. Surveyor is Sperlich Consulting. There are representatives from Sperlich in the audience today. The size of the current lot is 6.18 acres, and the current land use is residential. As the lot exists today, like I said, it's low-density residential, which requires a 3-acre minimum. It does exceed that. It is currently at 6.18 acres. They received a lot size variance in 1992, as this lot was originally zoned as general agriculture. Back in 1993, it was then rezoned to low-density residential. per the owner's request. And since that time, there was a building permit in '94 for a modular home. They have a current operating permit as of 2014. There was a 20 by 60 barn that was put onto the property without a building permit. And after the staff report was written, the owners actually have come in and have taken care of that by obtaining the appropriate permit. So that is no longer an issue. The purpose is that the owners are asking to subdivide the property into proposed Lot 5A and proposed Lot 5B. Proposed Lot 5A would be 3.1 acres, which does exceed the low-density residential requirement of 3 acres. It would have the existing single-family residence, the operating permit, and the now permitted pole barn / garage. Access to 5A would remain off of Nemo Road to the west. Proposed Lot B is currently vacant of any structures and would, at the time of the staff report, be 3.08 acres. Since that time, it has gone down by 0.018 acres, and we'll get into that later. As to why. Access for 5B would be off of existing Dream Bar Road and the existing cul-de-sac, as you can see up on the screens at this time. The minor plat and the subdivision regulation variances were routed through the interdepartmental review. The concerns that came back were primarily from Highway Department and the Fire Department concerning the cul-de-sac turnaround of this plat, not the road itself. That essentially, to local standard and construction, it would require a 110-foot right-of-way for the turnaround. It currently exists as a platted 100-foot right-of-way. Would also require a 96-foot driving surface, and as you can see, it's about 20 feet as the road just kind of cuts through from the bottom up through the top. Other than that, there were no other concerns from any other department regarding subdivision regulation variances. And since that time, I know the applicants have met with representatives from the Highway Department and representatives from Fire, and he is here and prepared to talk about that if you so desire. The subdivision regulation variance that they're asking to waive specifically are, number one, that minimum width of the right-of-way be less than 66 feet. This is for the Dream Bar Road portion, not the cul-de-sac. It currently exists a dedicated 50 feet instead of the required 66. And staff has no issues, and during the interdepartmental review, there were no issues that came up with that requirement. Item number 2 from the subreg is minimum diameter of the turnaround to be less than 110 feet. As stated earlier, it is currently platted as 100 feet, and the applicant is willing to add the additional space needed, but only on the portion of Lot 5B, as they do not own or have the right to change any other lot. Item 3 in the subreg that they're asking to waive is a waive requirement for percolation tests and soil profile information. This will be done when and if a residence is applied for, a building permit is applied for on proposed Lot 5B, so staff has no problem with that being waived. Also, topographical information to be waived is not necessary for the approval of this minor plat. Item 5 is do not provide minimum driving surface width of 24 feet for Dream Bar Road. The road currently exists at 20 plus feet, and again, during the interdepartmental review, no concerns came up. There was some discussion about it during the Planning Commission meeting, and we'll get into that in a little bit. Item 6, do not provide a minimum driving surface for the turnaround of 96 feet. As I said, it's just about 20 feet as it cuts through, and again, the applicant has met with representatives from the Highway Department and Fire Department, and he can address that more. Staff has originally recommended denying the waivers of number 2 and number 6 from the subdivision regulations and approval for items 1, 3, 4, and 5 and the minor plat. During the Planning Commission meeting, a motion was made to deny the request for all subdivision regulation variances. The motion was made to uphold the staff's recommendation. That died for lack of a second, and therefore all the required subdivision regulation variances had to be adhered to. So with that, the Planning Commission then approved minor plat 1431 with 4 conditions, which would be the same number that the staff recommended, but the conditions themselves had changed. Specifically, item number 4, that the applicant meet all required subdivision regulations. So staff is torn. The Planning Commission recommends, I can read the whole item. You do have the memo in front of you if you'd like. So,
Okay, what's your wish?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the minor plat and subdivision regulations variances.
Is there a second?
Are you agreeing with the staff? I'll second that one.
Well, I move to approve the minor plat and actually, that should be waivers. Subdivision regulations, it should be a waiver of them, not a variance, right?
Is there a second?
Technically.
Second.
So,
We have a
discussion,
motion and a
I'm
second.
sorry.
What's that?
Are we at discussion now?
Okay, any further discussion on the motions?
Mr. Chair, I guess I would just like to know the results of Danny and the Highway Department going up there yesterday.
Sure, absolutely.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, Denny Gorton, Pennington County Fire Administrator. We met out there yesterday afternoon about 2 o'clock with the owners and the applicants and everybody, and we're happy with what's there. Okay. I think we agreed just stir up the gravel a little bit. The gravel's there, just needs a little bit of dressing up. And I believe the landowners were agreeable to an additional 5 feet, and it may take some time to get all of the right, but we're happy.
Okay.
Anything further?
I'd like to make a comment. I don't know if anybody's seen these books, but they're huge. And they have lots of stuff in them, from staff report and all the staff work from the fire department, from the highway department, from the planning directors, and it's a lot of work. And some things do get mistaken, sometimes are not quite right, and that happens. So maybe we can do better. I mean, things happen in any department that we have, or as commissioners. So I appreciate all the work you guys do. I've been up there many times driving them nuts on everything I can, and they've answered my questions, and I've seen many people, and they've had their papers laid out all across that counter, and it's awesome how much work I see them do with the constituents and the architects and the builders. So I appreciate all the work that it's been done. And mistakes, I have to say, do happen, and it's part of life and part of what our jobs are about sometimes. It's just making those mistakes right if we can. So thank you for all the work you do.
Thank you, Commissioner Hadcock.
We have a motion and a second.
Can I clarify, does that include the 4 conditions?
That's going to be my question.
My motion is to approve the minor plat and waive the subdivision regulations.
All 6 subdivision regulation variant?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And so how does that deal with your conditions?
The only thing that would have to change, well, you guys are basically creating your own motion right now. Item number 4 would be irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to go away. So basically be the top 3 on what you, talking about my original conditions or the ones that are proposed by the Planning Commission?
The last one's the Planning Commission.
Okay, so essentially if you take item 4 off, or condition 4, that the applicant meets all the required subdivision regulation variants, that would meet Commissioner Farabee's motion.
I'm not.
And can you tell me if you're in agreement with all of what we are doing here today?
Having heard from the fire and highway and also the applicant after they have met, yes.
That
We were
meets
working
what
off
you were
of-
thinking?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, PJ.
So number 4 has to do with the 4th condition has to do with the requirement on the on-site wastewater.
Oh, you are going off the original, not the memo ones.
Oh, okay,
Okay,
I'm sorry.
that's the difference. Okay, I was going off of the memo that was provided with the, okay.
Any other questions or comments?
Do you want to see it before you vote?
Yeah, I actually would, because I'm not.
Permission to approach?
Yes.
It's on the planning commission, so I know.
This is the planning commission memo.
Yeah.
These are the new conditions.
Like this way? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure we're doing this right.
Absolutely.
I guess if we go even by the planning commission and their conditions, if we're doing this without conditions, that concerns me, because both the department and both the planning and zoning commission had conditions.
Well, if I understand the motion correctly, is Commissioner Farabee was asking to waive the requested 6 subdivision regulation variances, but you're okay with the 3 conditions for the minor plat?
I didn't say.
I didn't hear him say that.
I didn't say anything about the conditions, and purposely so. Those conditions are already in ordinance, so why add them on again?
Okay.
Now, if you want to add them on again, I have no problem with that. But they're already there in the law, if that makes sense to you.
I agree, and we have found that a little reminder now and then is not a bad thing. And a lot of time you do get the citizens coming up and saying that
I won't quibble if you want to add those 3 conditions on. He does have the building permit, so there's conditions 2, 3, and 4. If you want to add that to motion, I would be fine with that.
I'll agree. Thank you, sir.
Karen, are you okay, Karen?
Yes, he's going to proof it.
So what is the motion?
What you said?
Oh, come on.
To approve the minor plat application PL 14-34 and to waive the subdivision regulations SV 14-17 with 3 conditions, 2, 3, and 4, as presented in our packet.
Yes. Did you get all that, PJ?
That's little, 3 conditions are for the minor plat only, not the subdivision regulation variance.
Well, they all go together one way or another, right?
Normally, they're 2 separate motions, but just want to clarify that the conditions 1 through 3 are for the minor plat. There are no conditions now for the subdivision regulation variance request.
Fine.
Okay.
Hey, we're kind of scattered out, I think. And we need to be sure that we're okay with Karen and
Yeah, I'm okay.
Yep. Proof it later.
see. So this last motion, is that a substitute motion or?
Well, I amended my original motion to add the conditions
Okay,
on, and
so-
even though I don't think they're necessary, they're added on.
So if your motion was to amend it or just rewrite it, normally you'd vote on the amendment first. And then if it passes, then you vote on the amended motion. And if that's in order to keep the process, the integrity of the process, is that where you think we are?
Just want to get it right.
Okay, so we'll vote on the amendment.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, wait,
Seconded the amendment.
Me.
that's a good question.
Okay.
I'm good.
Because, okay.
Adcock.
All right. Buskerud, Farabee,
Yes.
Adcock,
Yes.
Troutman,
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes. Amendment passes, so now we vote on the amended motion.
Buskerud, Farabee,
Yes.
Adcock,
Yes.
Troutman,
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes. Okay, item H.
All right. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Item H is a minor plat request, PL 1435, and subdivision regulation variance request, SV 1418. The applicant is requesting to create lots 1 and 2 of King Ranch subdivision and to waive subdivision regulations for the right-of-way and easement improvements, to provide percolation tests and profile hole information on proposed lot 2, to submit topographical information at 5-foot contour intervals, section line right-of-way improvements, and engineered road construction plans. This was previously heard for the variance for the proposed lot 1. Staff is recommending approval of minor plat request PL 1435 and subdivision regulation variance request 1418 with no conditions, as that condition was satisfied with the variance request.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve item H. Any further discussion? If not, we'll have a roll call vote.
Buskerud? Farabee?
Yes.
Adcock?
Yes.
Troutman?
Yes.
Peterson?
Yes. Motion
Thank
carried.
you.
And I think we have one more item to cover with planning and zoning. PJ, are you ready to present your new staff members?
Sorry, just out talking to Mr. Boland. Mr. Commissioners, as another member to our basketball team has pointed out from the last commission meeting, this is Cassie Bolstad. She is the new assistant director in the planning department. She graduated from Black Hills State University with a bachelor's degree in marketing and management in 2010, and with a master's in business administration from NAU in 2014. Originally from Lee Deadwood, and has resided in Rapid City for the last 6 years, I believe. And we're very happy to have her on. There's going to be a learning curve, as with any new employee that comes in, but we believe that she's up for the challenge in our department, and she's going to be a very good addition. I'll yield the floor to you if you have anything else to say.
I just want to say hello to everyone. I'm excited to be here. It is going to be a little bit of a learning curve, but I definitely am up to the challenge, and I look forward to it.
Thanks, Kathy.
Welcome.
Thank you for the time.
You haven't
Thank
scared
you.
calling off, or you just, everybody start with the C as well, but that you hire from
Fine,
now on?
yeah.
C in basketball.
Couple more members will have the team.
Good job, PJ.
Okay, item 27. Holly?
Okay, Commissioners, as we all know, legislative session is upon us. For clarification for our two new commissioners, our procedure is I place an agenda item on each agenda while the session is going on for the board to be able to discuss and look at any legislation that is up in peer for consideration. Session just started, so you have a preliminary list of all the bills that have been introduced as of the 15th. There have been more bills uploaded this morning. At this time, I just ask that the commission look it over, see if there's any proposed legislation that you guys are interested in finding out more information on, which also ties into the next agenda item, which is staff direction. If you wish to get some more information or speak with any department heads or elected officials that the bill might affect, we can go forward from that direction. So legislative session is tough. We're a little bit behind the times when you guys only meet twice a month, and session is continually going every day, but we do our best to keep up on it, so.
Mr. Chair, I guess at what point could we talk about some of these? I mean, what?
It's open for discussion. That's part of the commission update on proposed bills. I know Senate Bill 44 is pretty important to us this year, so I wanted you to be able to speak to the rest of the board about that.
Yes. Well, I'd also like to point out HB 1029. I've been approached by this. Would be a. I think it's something we have to watch, and it really is the forest products industry that is concerned about that. They are a huge part of our local economy. But what this would do would require any building to be LEED certified. And as we found out when we built this building here, it adds several $1 million on. You can build a building that meets those requirements, but if you don't actually get the certification, that's what saves you money, and that's, if you're required to do that, as this proposed law is, I think that's going to be a huge amount of money for just our county to continue to do what we need to do. So I think we need to watch that one. There's a couple of them that I guess I'd like to get some information on. But before I give you those, I will talk about SB 44. That is the revision of the definition of egg classification for taxation purposes. And Brenda Whiting and I came together on Sunday morning and had a conference call with Senator Billy Sutton, who is presenting this bill along with Jason Frerick. They are members of the Summer Ag Task Force. And so it's their job to bring it forward from that task force. We probably, at least he indicated to us that he is going to try to connect with the Department of Revenue this week and see what their real take is on it. Of course, they had a representative involved in the final writing of it, but he wants to make sure he understands what they are really looking at in their position before he puts it on for vote. And once that happens, he'll communicate with us again to, if we can help him in any way, we will. So I just wanted to let you know that. I think the thing that's critical about this one is that we did bring a lot into account the fact that there has to be a way for small landowners to be able to get the ag classification if they deserve it. And he felt that pulling that out into a separate section was going to make the bill stronger. For us locally, one of the things that we really thought was important is that the local counties have a right to request, as far as timber, plans as to what they're going to do with the forest, that they're creating a forest plan, management plan. And we like that. We think the counties, we've never had that ability. It's pulled out, the timber has been pulled out as an annual crop. We can treat it as it really is, and the counties can set that up locally, and I think that is a good thing, and actually we seem to have some pretty strong support from the folks who were really, really concerned about that. So that's a good thing. We worked hard on that. And I wanted to just, to go along with this Ag Task Force thing, there are some bills, SB 4 and 5, they want to have a study of how you could evaluate the actual use of the land and the predetermined use that it's not a use, it's just classified due to soils and so on. And so they want to study that, and at our meetings this summer, we've heard a lot about that. I keep pointing to Brenda, but so they want funding for that from the. So that's going to be a change maybe for us that we should kind of keep track of. That this is the beginnings of it. So and the other thing that they're really looking at is capital outlay tax levies. That's an important thing for the ag industry, and that came out of that ag task force. So those things are, depending on how they go, could affect what we have happen here eventually.
Which bill was that, the capital outlay one?
S7.
Okay, thank you.
Just a note, maybe. Maybe this shouldn't just be for commissioners. This maybe should be the whole team of people from Pennington County, because I would like to know in Pennington County by the staff that is part of our team of how these affect them, if any of these affect them, and what we could do as commissioners to either back them up or have some discussion on it. That would make more sense than us looking through every one, because
No, it is. I've sent out emails to department heads and elected officials to ask them to bring anything forward that they want to speak to the commission about, so.
So we
We're
could
just in the
continue this.
infancy stages of this, and more will be coming forward.
This is just kind of a heads up. It's not that we're doing this and then it's done.
Oh, Lord, no, you're gonna have this every agenda from now until the end of March.
And I would be interested in our team and to see which of these are affected and how we could help them as commissioners, as part of their team, to move some of their stuff forward that would be, we would think would be positive as well. So, thank you. Holly?
Anything more on the legislation?
Well, I have a couple of comments about SB 1 and SB 2. We talk about two hard hitters. You know, the one is, of course, all the tax, the extra taxes, and I think most all of us are opposed to most of those taxes. SB 2 is the establishing the 9 water districts, or whatever you want to call them, watershed districts and
Drainage
districts. I guess that's probably the correct word, and I don't know how the rest of you feel, but I guess right from the get-go, I'm opposed to something like that. I hope they don't pass it this go-around. That'd be my hope. You know, this is a pretty big move, in my opinion. And my hope is that there's enough legislators to say, hey, wait a minute, let's what does Larry Roden say? It was not ready for prime time. Anyway, that's my feelings about the drainage districts.
Okay, anything further on the legislation?
I did see they had some stuff on establish certain administration provisions regarding charitable raffles.
I know, I saw.
I didn't want to really throw it in there, but
Yeah.
lotteries, bingos. But it seemed pretty simple, but I know a lot of the bingo halls in town have had issues with people doing things they shouldn't. So that's why I had a concern, and we can probably simplify, like you said, Nancy, at that time when we had made that. So it's still simple, but we have some provision.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I might, Mr. Chair, if I can, it's too bad Ron isn't here to go to Pier for us to lobby some of these things, and,
Actually, I'll be the one doing that.
oh, okay.
Yep.
And you saw how she treats, you know, when she has something, she's going for it.
Okay. You need a lobby to
Yeah.
wait a minute, see what, before we jump.
So we know we have a fighter.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Chair, maybe I might mention too that this Saturday, the 24th and the 31st are the first 2 Cracker Barrels, so it'd be good to be there.
Yeah, good idea.
Okay, item B.
Item B is simply if you guys want me to pull any more information on any specific bills, if you want it included in your packets for the next meeting for discussion, or if you want me to arrange to have an individual here to speak on any issues. It's kind of a free-for-all for you guys to direct.
7.
So if we kind of think about what you've laid out in front of us and let you know.
Absolutely. You can think about it. You can let me know before the next agenda deadline, please, or several days prior so I can get it done, not in the 12th hour.
And the staff could make memos for us or something on their concerns, and if we needed to talk to them about some of their concerns up front.
Yep,
So the general public is where we want to hit.
The sooner the better.
So they know as well. It's a good informational meeting for them.
Yep.
Thank you, Holly.
Okay, thank you, Holly. We'll go to item 28. We've already covered item 28A. And in the package, you have the committee liaison assignments. I'm sure that everybody that didn't get all that they wanted, maybe some got more than they wanted. But based on the responses you turned in and a little juggling, that's the way we ended up. And as a recommended assignment, and I suppose if someone strongly objects to their assignment, we can figure out a worse one for them. But any comments at this point?
Just for people listening, a lot of people said, so how many meetings do you have a month? I said 2 commission meetings, but we're on committees. So maybe a breakdown of what this committee assignment means, that we just don't come to commission meetings twice a month and that's all commissioners do for meetings. We have, well, I'll let you explain it. If you could,
Did
sir.
you want the list of committees enumerated?
Just me. No, I'm kidding.
I was going to assign that job to you.
Well, there's probably, what, 25, 30 committees besides
Holly
county
knows.
commission meetings. Maybe Holly could explain.
You know how many committees we're dealing with?
Well, and the list, you know, there's like say 25, 30 in front of you, and then there's several that aren't even on there. So commissioners, they can spend upwards of 40 hours a week doing commission business. It's not just a 2-meeting-a-month job
So you're,
by any means.
basically, we're on 6 or 7 appointed committees, plus the 2 commission meetings a month, plus looking up the information. So the general public knows that we just don't show up here and that's all we do. It's awesome, all the information we do, and the staff we meet as well, but those committees are very important to learning the business of Pennington County. Thanks for describing that, Mr. Lindell.
Okay. If there's no formal objection to the committee assignments, we'll consider them in place. And the next item, Barry Tice is here for the Commissioner representation for Affordable Rental Housing Committee. And we have a letter from Barry.
Yes. Good afternoon, Barry Tice, Health and Human Services. I thought I could clarify a little bit with that letter. Sandy Deagle from the Vakurovich Foundation has put together, committee sounds like a harsh word, but a committee to examine affordable rental housing in Rapid City. They're looking at placing a city council person on that committee, a representative from Pennington County Housing, hopefully a representative from the commission, myself, and the community development director. And really the goal is to start to put some teeth behind examining affordable housing around Pennington County. There's been a number of studies done over the past few years, and it's determining basically what our target population is going to be for this, and coming up with what land might be available and how to put these pieces together. And I wish I could tell you exact meeting dates and times, but we were kind of waiting to see who might be able to come on board and then launch out some potential schedules.
I would be okay volunteering if just because I have dealt with some of this in the city with Barb Garcia, who is awesome. So if that's okay, I would volunteer, and if you want to appoint me, go ahead, George.
I want to make a motion then. I have no problem with Commissioner Hadcock being on the committee.
Certainly was like you were reading my mind, but
Your next one's going you, since you're the oldest on the group, so. So I hope you're reading
anyway,
that.
if it's a matter of the chair appointing someone, then I would appoint Commissioner Hadcock.
Thank you, sir.
To that.
Thank you.
Thank you. The South Dakota Retirement Board of Trustees Commissioner representation. You want to talk about that, Holly?
Just a brief note for you guys, this is not something that you have to do by any means. This is just notice that if any of you are interested in running for that position, the paperwork is in front of you explaining the process. Elmer Brinkman and his county, just to slip my mind, has served in this position for many, many years, and it's my understanding he is intent on running again, but by no means does anybody have to run for this. This is not a requirement, but it's open for you.
Mr. Chair, will KJ still be on there? Isn't
Yes,
she?
KJ is still on there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So if it's a matter of you being aware of a golden opportunity to serve your fellow man,
Was that a joke, Lindell?
Want
Golden
another
opportunity?
committee.
Well, this is for the golden oldies. And committee reports, I think we can move to items from the public.
There's a big crowd out there. Come on, you guys, speak up. Say hi to the two people left.
Executive session wise, I don't see Jay here. Is he?
He's probably in the room waiting
Oh,
for you,
okay.
sir. You do have pending litigation to discuss.
So if we have a motion to convene in executive session,
I move to go into executive session for pending litigation.
Second.
motion and a second, roll call.
Buskerud, Farabee,
Yes.
Adcock,
Yes.
Troutman,
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Jay, is it option 1, 2, or 3? Whoops. So I can be ahead of the
But
minutes.
you're going too, aren't you?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, do we have a motion?
I move to come out of executive session.
Second.
Motion and a second. Do we still need a roll call?
No.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Jay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, we had a pending appeal involving a planning and zoning matter. It was a request by Rushmore Cave LLC to rezone and to amend the comprehensive plan to Highway Service District on a particular piece of their property. The court has ruled, and so in honor of that court ruling, the motion I'd be looking for is move to grant Rushmore Cave LLC's request of RZ 13-21 and CA 13-13 to Highway Service District as per amended order of the court in civil file number 14-297.
So moved.
There's a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Jay.
Adjourn.
Can I have a
What?
copy?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, if you're done.
Dale.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second to adjourn. Hadcock and Farabee, a couple of new kids, you know.
They're done.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried.